Let's go. First and foremost, welcome back though. It's PUBG, the final week. I'm up powered, joined by the amazing Blank. And before I get into Blank, oh my god, sound guy, they are some bangers you've been playing, tune after tune. Blank, welcome in. I've had a lot of PUBG today, mate. How have you been?
Yeah, I know. You've been raring to go, dude. You've been awake since, the crack of dawn, doing PUBG, PGS, and now starting it for the final cup of PEC, which it's very exciting. We have a couple of change-ups, but we'll get to them a little bit later because this is going to be a good one.
This is a good one. It is our last one, though, but I think we need to go through how did we get here, what's the format, and what the hell are me and Blank going on about? Well, this is the PEC qualifiers, and obviously we're going through the scrims, and that's been happening week after week. It's up to, obviously, you and your team to get involved and try and qualify your way through. Then you find your way out these cheeky little cups at the end of the week on a Saturday, where we get a joint leaderboard. So all of the points have been tallied up, and we're now in week number 5. So the week number 5 cup is the last one, and as Blank says, there are some really exciting changes up because a couple of teams that are at the very, very top of our cup leaderboard, Blank, they opted not to partake in this week.
Which means that we have a guaranteed bit of a wild card, which we wanted last week. I feel like some of the teams maybe watched that back or out of their own prerogative decided that they would opt out and give us a very exciting and explosive finish to the cups, which I'm super happy to see. As our point system, it's been the same throughout, and you'll know it like the back of your hand. 10 points for first, 6th, and 5th, and then downwards 1 point for each kill. But here are our attending teams. As you can see, no Joga Benito, no Team Nemesis, and no construction workers.
That is the big one. Now, let's throw the first, I suppose, obvious ones out there. Construction workers obviously had the wild card already, but obviously they're already gone through, so the systems has moved down. We'll look at leaderboard in 2 minutes. I do want to hold here for a second. Team Nemesis, they after last week, they went like, hey guys, we're not going to partake next week. We've got some other things we're going to do. We're going to take the week off. We worked really hard, and we have enough points to work through to phase number 1. Again, more to come with that. The big one for me is Joga Benito did try to attend, and they got through to day 3, but were unable to get over the line and find themselves here. So that's a fall, but Blank, as you said, this opens up for anybody now of these 16 teams that might get that wild card.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because I think Joga Benito is a team that started out really strong, and then their trajectory has been downward since then. But compare that to a team like No Slack. I think No Slack has sort of the opposite effect on their side, where from week 1 it looked okay for sure, but I think they've got stronger every single week, looked better every single week, and they are here with us in our final week of the PEC Cups. I think No Slack is a real contender for actually taking first place here and get themselves a direct invite. I don't think that's out of the world, honestly.
No, we've got some other contenders. So look at that leaderboard though, because I think that is important because that will tally up with what we're saying. Because No Slack, I'm 100% with you. They are on the leaderboard already, and they are kind of in that 5th place. So they are pushing into that, I suppose, they're already in that sort of phase 1 approach, but we'll talk more about that later. It's actually some of these teams that are a little bit further down that I'm really intrigued to see kind of how they play out. I want to talk about the Mythoff first. The Mythoff currently in 13th place. They've had some really good weeks. They've had a roster change, and it wasn't great to start with, but they're able to get themselves back now into this lobby. 54 points. That's in the phase 2. They need to do something major today, but more importantly, they could be major and going through to qualifications.
Now, I think the Mythoff is not a terrible team. I think they've had some standout moments. They've had some strong performances towards the late game. I think their rondos have looked fairly nice so far in terms of their rotations. Unfortunately, it has just been some of these late games where they sort of fall flat a little bit, right? I think the Mythoff, though, in this kind of lobby, they are one of the top dogs, and I think that this is really their time to take their fate into their own hands, really grasp at that victory, get towards the top spot. But it all depends on that first air angle a lot of times, as you've seen from multiple other PEC Cups, where that first air angle sort of dictates how the day typically goes for any one team, where some teams get ahead really, really quickly. So you really do want to be getting a decent points margin in that first game of the day if you want to make it to that number 1 spot.
This is the first team I want to highlight here as well, and that's Storm and Request, currently in 32. Now, they could have an outstanding game. They could get into that kind of top 19 teams, or technically top 20 teams, because we've already lost one, or gained one, should I say, because construction workers. But Storm and Request for them, it's a real hit and swing, and they should be really looking for those early game victories, as you say, because if they don't do it, they don't get the points on the board, or enough points, we say, over the 5 games, at least they'd be looking for that wild card. Obviously, as we scroll our way down, there are some more teams. Red Line's here to highlight up as well. They're in the same category, Everlong being the same. They're, again, all repeat attending teams. So for me, it's like half this lobby, which has an opportunity, one, that are below the leaderboard already, and more importantly, 2, there's some teams here that have not even made it onto they're supposed to lead in part of the lobby whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, if we look down towards 13th place, right, 54 points, that's not that far away, honestly, from 13 points, which is right at the bottom of the leaderboard to getting in towards one of these playoffs. I think 40 points on a day is very doable, but it's going to take a bit of a gargantuan effort from some of our teams towards the bottom who maybe haven't quite got the best bead on the lobby. You hope that they've been watching every single week, that they've been taking into account what these players have been doing on the Saturdays and have just been dipping out over on the scrims. But I think everyone here has been taking this very seriously. Some of our teams that come in who we maybe didn't expect too much from. I mean, No Tag Team's a great example where the first week we saw them play, we were like, this is a bit weird, but strange. Some of these moments they're going for. Mechanical skill, definitely there. They came into their next week. Everything had completely changed. So it's very possible. It's very, very possible.
Yeah, and again, we'll talk this a bit more later on, but for me, you're looking at kind of that 1st to 6th spot. That's kind of where these teams want to try and work for. That's the phase number 1. Everyone else is going to try and fall into that phase 2, but for the last 2, that's obviously where they're going to try and claw their way in. Today's matches, we saw, we do have 5 matches. We'll be kicking things off, though, on a wrangle. We've got loads of wild cards, and we're ending things up on a wrangle as well. And we have seen the wrangles, Blank, be some of the more aggressive map, should I say? It's not always been about the wild card.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we go back to last week, the 8-car pileup in Dip was something to behold. Let's be quite frank about it. I mean, that clip alone is just ridiculous to look at. So, yeah, Wrangle has been explosive. I think some teams, you know, to be honest, towards the end of it, it was a lot of our top teams who had already made it in, who were sort of going for those crazy pushes. They were just looking for more points. And if you could send it there, you go for it. But yeah, I don't think we expected 4 Panzerfaust in the same location and a 10-car pileup. It was so many cars that you couldn't see anything from the smoke of the vehicles. You didn't need smokes in that area.
That was unforgettable, shall I say? I've seen it running around social media most of the time, but it is good. Early predictions, it's quite hard to say, obviously, because we have not really got things in, but I can put you in the hot seat. Do you feel like we're going to see one of these top teams, which are already high up on the leaderboard, go through? Or do you think we're going to get a pure wild card, someone that's out of the running at the moment and just going to come in and sweep these 5 games?
I think that some of our top teams may be looking for a more consistent game, right? Where they're looking for 10 to 12 points. That doesn't mean necessarily going for center position, looking to crash spots to grab the best spot in the circle. I think it could be a wild card because if you are one of the bottom teams, you're more likely to take risks. A risk can go one of 2 ways, right? Either you take some risk and you get incredible rewards, or you take the risk and the risk pays off and it's bad. It's very bad. But yeah, I think it's a bit of a flip-flop situation here where a team could go for these crashes. They'd be more willing to do it if they're lower on the leaderboard, and that could result in some great point scoring. But if you're towards the top, I think you're just looking for some easy points. I don't think you're looking to get that first place spot because it's not exactly what your life's riding on right now, right? Yeah, well, for the teams on the bottom, it absolutely is. They have to get those points.
Because you got to think there's kind of 2 sides to this now. We've got this first, or should I say 2nd through to 7th, right, or 1st to 6th, where they're going through to phase number 1 of PEC, and there'll be a 3-phase approach when it comes down to the playoffs. So for those teams, you say, yeah, I'm with you. I think there's just an average point per game. Keep consistent. Keep yourself above that leaderboard. Don't need to win today. If you win, a positive, right? But it's kind of like playoffs 2 and playoff 3. But if you don't really want to be coming in on day number 3, so for those teams that are in 15th to 19th below, actually you can maybe go a little bit more aggressive, pick up some additional kills, and then we look at some of these teams, Everlong, that are going to be down there as well. Redline, they're on the outside, they have capabilities. We've seen great things from that team, but they need to be a little bit more aggressive today.
Hey, you know what I'm curious about right now is that how the lobby's going to shake up, because I do think that in a way it is hard to predict where one of these top teams is going to just go hell for leather. But at the same time, it's like we don't have those really dominant forces here anymore. We don't have the Jogo Bonito who's going to ruin your early games. We don't have Construction Workers as Team Nemesis, who is currently battling out on a separate mountain elsewhere for all the points in the lobby, and we're just observers. So it's interesting because now we can really see who is categorically the best out of the bunch underneath that big three, right? Yeah. And Jogo Bonito, Team Nemesis, and Construction Workers. Now, it could, I don't know. I actually don't know, because those teams have been so strong that by the time we get to that end game, they're the ones sort of cutting the lifelines for a lot of teams who get up towards that top 5. They're the ones who are closing out the games. So today's going to be very, very interesting to see who are like 4th, 5th, 6th really strong teams are, because today they get to display that. They actually get to display it for once.
For me, like, I agree with you 100%. It's the teams like Hive that will start to maybe shine a light.
Great point.
Because they are a strong team when they kind of swarm together and take on fights. But because of the big heavy hitters that we've always had for the last 4 weeks, I think they've been kind of swatted away. They're a team that could potentially... Like a bee, maybe take on this type of lobby and go, actually, we might be the big dogs. We're the well-known entity. But then on the flip side, we might see a Vis, like with Pains and the guys, Stratos, Static. They've had really good games, but they've had hit and miss games. I think it is really open to people to understand or interpret, actually, there is more space to be conquered. There is more areas. And then it comes down to the drop spots. Who takes Jogo Bonito's drop spot? Who takes Team Nemesis drop spots and sort of works a game from those locations?
It's a fantastic point. It really is a fantastic point of like, are these teams as strong as we expect them to be? I mean, for Hive in particular, you're right. They're a great team. They have a good chance. I can't believe I overlooked them. I feel bad, to be honest. But yeah, Hive is a really good team. But I think they're a more quiet team, right? They're quietly successful, that squad. And I think they like to take a lot of center positions, like to take a lot of strong spots on the map. They don't necessarily get too involved in a lot of the combat, but they know how to close out games. We've seen it before. I mean, even on the first week, we go way, way, way back to Crater over in the fields on Erangel. Hive was fantastic on that map in particular, and they really took their time with it. They didn't take any unnecessary risk. But I think that kind of sums up Hive quite well, is that they just protect the base. They go for the 4-man end games, and they're good at that. How well is that going to do here when you know there's going to be a lot of risk takers? And can they close things out? I think right now for Hive, it's more about how well can they hold down the fortress.
Yeah, and you're right. And then you look on the other side of things, you've got teams like Exhal, they're going to crash the fortress. You've already mentioned No Slack, they're 100% going to try and crash the fortress, especially if you're in a centralized position. So I think there are two sides to this lobby. But coming back to your initial point, it's really up to them to sort of take it by the bull by the horns and sort of lead the charge. Talk about bull by the horns and going with the Greek mythology style. I want to circle back around to TMO. We've seen some really strong early games from them, and we've seen really strong early weeks from them. They had the roster change. They obviously have changed things up again. For me, this should be a team that has the capabilities to be the top dog in this lobby if they want, but they're going to have to control a no slack. Like, what's your thoughts with TMO?
Well, I think there is some glaring mistakes here and there, but that's the weird thing about them, is that it's like looking at a plate of armor and it's like it's shined, it's polished, and then there's like an odd hole here and there or something that's not been patched up, and you're kind of curious because so much of their game plan, so much of their gameplay, it looks really good, and then there's moments, like I said, where they just fall flat on their face, right? Where, you know, they've got the whole running ensemble, they forgot to tie the shoes. It's a problem. It's a real problem with them. But I agree with you. I really do like the team. I really do like the team. When they've had those moments, they are glorious. They're legendary. But there is also those moments where you're like, why have you done that? What was the game plan here? Or where it looks like indecision kind of takes control. You compare that to a team like, I'm not going to say Construction, I'm just say Team Nemesis. Is that like when you look at Team Nemesis, the game plan throughout is like, that looks good. Okay, we get into an end game now. They lose because they don't have the position. It's not a case of they're losing because of a bad play. It's because they were destined to lose from that spot because of the circle, because they don't have position, because they can't get through this portion of the map. And it's less on them and more on a case of averages. So yeah, I think for TMO, things can be improved, but I'd agree that today is a real day to set the fire underneath you.
Let's talk about setting the fire with TMO though, because we do get word that Sparta and Bad Boy, obviously on the sidelines, they've been subbed out. They've actually made another change this week.
Oh, another.
So we're going to see Aries coming in. Now, it's another strong player. It's like a Mika. It's a well-known player from Esports. I'd say Mika obviously higher up on the global stage, should we say, or at least known. But definitely someone in our community. So I worry because come back out, they should be performing. They should be able to deliver points. But as we say, these kind of kinks in the armor, like how much of the armor are these guys taking off? How much are they exposing by the final week? They're in the points at the moment, but the differences are phase 1 and phase 2. I'm not sure. I can see him up there, but if I compare them against No Slack, I think No Slack would run them over every day.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing about No Slack is that I do worry for that team after last week. I think their confidence got hurt a lot last week. There was some moments where they were crashed onto, or they weren't quite able to take the third parties that they loved to go for, and that crushed them a little bit. I think we saw them take it a very, very passive game after a couple of those matches, but before they came back to their senses, it's like, what are we doing, lads? Like, why are we playing so afraid? So I do think for No Slack, huge amount of potential for that team, and I want them to keep doing well. And today you just gotta get in there, get stuck in. Don't care what happens. If it goes poorly, it goes poorly, but you can't let that change your game plan. I think today is one of those days where you get to map 4, and if it's not working, you just got to keep going. I think it's too late to be making switch ups, and that comes straight back to TMO. Is that, like, we come back to the armor analogy? You know, we've taken off the shoulder pads with Sparta, we've added the leg plates on in Aries, but you know, it's still a 50-50 chance you're gonna get shot in the leg, get a shot in the shoulder. Okay, let's just hope today's the legs.
Let's hope today is the legs. Right, we're just waiting for the last couple of players just to join in on the we'll go for security, should we say, at the airport. Pretty much all the teams are there. Just a reminder though, this is the final week. So we've done 4 weeks already, we've done 5 weeks of scrims, but this is the final cup up for grabs. Whoever wins this will get an automatic pass towards the playoffs on day number 1. Everybody else at the end of the day, we will just tally up all the points, add it to the master leaderboard, and we'll let you know of who's going through at what stage, because there are 3 stages of which teams are going to be entering in towards PEC. Clear as mud, I know it as always. Blank, early predictions again for you. So this lobby is going to be going for a wrangle. We saw some chaos though in the last game. We've got some other teams which we need to talk about, like Vis as well. Like for me, Vis could potentially take it at the game number 1, and that will set the pace, the momentum for them. If it doesn't, you go back to your No Slack, I think it might affect their confidence and they might struggle through the day.
I think for Vis, it's more of a question of early game blues. I think a lot of times where Vis does well is when they're on a 3 or 2 man, but that's like phase 7, 8. I think that they struggle to get all 4 players towards that late game a few times. So I do want to see that improve for this going towards the future. Just some of those early game plays, keeping some of the players alive. That's the only really big issue I have with this. I think that, like I said, I've said this multiple times throughout the Cups. This is your first time joining us. I think this is a very, very creative team. I think they've taken some very interesting approaches towards their late games. Maybe influenced by the fact they only have 2 players and they have to do something creative to make it happen. But still, I do like Vis for that. You don't get a lot of creative teams in PUBG that do things by the book, but Vis definitely steps outside the box quite a few times. For this one though, I do have some expectations. I think No Slack's going to do well here. I hope TMO is able to do well. We'll see how Hive is able to perform towards that end game. And for X-Howl, they have less teams that are going to be a big problem for them when they go for those crazy crashes in the late game, which might assist them a little bit.
The only thing that worries about X-Howl is going to be them and Boars. They play the same style of PUBG. They want to get centralized compounds and they want to try and take it aggressively early. So I'm intrigued to see again. I think we're going to see a couple of teams clash up. And then we're going to see a couple of teams maybe rise to the top outside because they have different styles of game plan. One of them is kind of TMO for me. It's going to be hit or miss for them. PGG obviously are potentially going to rise through, and definitely for me a stronger contender. We're not giving them much luck. And then it's a 50-50 whether we look at kind of a team like No Slack. If they can find the space, if they can find the momentum, there is arguably no stopping that team. But they do need to kind of build up momentum. Talk about building momentum. Well, we need to build into a game because the podcast is pretty much over. Blank. Thanks very much. Like and subscribe and all that jazz, people. And apologies, though. All players are pretty much in. We are missing one, but it is time. It is week number 5. It is game number 1. And more importantly, we're going to the grassy pastures of Erangel.
And then we go from the south side up towards the north in Zaki from Sosnovka. Not a terrible position to start off with, especially we end up in Sosnovka with the circle, which has happened a few times, more than we might like to admit. But overall here, what we're looking for is a standout performance at the beginning of the day from one team who can extend that out into a big lead. We hope it's one of the lower down teams, just for entertainment's sake, to see if we can get ourselves a winner from outside that top 19. But we'll have to wait and see. Even if it was within the top 19, it'd be nice to see a team that was originally going to go through to playoffs phase 3, go through to playoffs phase 1. But like we said, we will wait and see for the time being. We've already laid down a lot of the railings, right? Okay. We've dropped the foundations in, the railway tracks, they're on the way. Now it's just time to get into the thick of it and watch these players just hustle it out now. It's the final week to do it in here in match number 1.
Looking back at the actual scrims while we were at these teams bloom and find some loot. Storm and Request did come through at the top, and actually one of the lowest points when it came down to, again, it talks to us some of the bigger teams being missed here. So the points being spread out and not so much sponged at the top. Storm and Request did win that, so 68 points for them. They came top day number 3 of the scrims, followed by PGG, Exile, and the Mythov. Obviously, for me, when we look further down, the teams that kind of went through, and it was a couple of points, Redline does hold up that sort of that latter part of that leaderboard. So they actually, the cutoff for this week was 35 points, and there were a huge amount of teams around them. Boars with 35 as well, 36 for Starry Sky and Flashbang. Hive, not the strongest performance, but you got to remember, construction workers were contending, plus Jogger Benito. How much were they caught up in those sort of Titan clashes during the round robin?
I think for Redline, honestly, for them, no matter what happens going forward, I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think getting towards the PEC Cups is not easy. The fact that, you know, you could have signed up to play this. I used the past tense because this is the final week. But you at home could have signed up to play this, and we've had multiple players signing up and getting through to these coasts, playing against some really tough teams. I think this has been a very difficult PEC Cup tournament with some really strong contenders from previous international squads. I think that's hard to do. It's hard to do. So I do praise any team that makes it into this weekend tournament. I think you should be proud to be here. And here's your last chance, you know, to get towards the top side of the table, make it happen. But right now, it's very, very relaxed side of the game. You know, I was watching PGS earlier. It's very interesting watching PGS and how they play out our angles and how difficult it is to assault some of these compounds versus a couple of teams. It's a little bit different to how we play here in the cuts, which is understandable considering the skill difference. But yeah, it definitely feels like teams are getting a better hang of the TPP nature of it all a little bit more now, where buildings that kind of felt a little bit easier to clear before now are becoming really, really hard to sink your teeth into.
This is what I really like. I'm not going to say my pyramid scheme again because you'll just start laughing at me, right? But my pyramid, my pyramid.
Super serious,
right? You got to remember, this is what I call grassroots, right? This is where the players. So they're looking at PGS and they're looking at teams, they're looking at how they're playing, and they're using it, adapting it. So they're doing their homework. And I'd actually also argue that these players that are here have just as much chance as those players that are at PGS, because we're all sort of starting to learn. And with Na'Vi winning PGS too, I think the expectations was TPP, we know it's very heavily played out on the East regions. The West regions never played it. They got loads to learn. Na'Vi put points on the board. Admittedly, not PGS 3. I am struggling with that slightly with them. We need to have a word. But VP, learning, twisted minds up and down. Na'Vi there as well. And they're arguably in the top 16, right? They've made it to the finals. So teams can look at their playing styles and take and adapt. The biggest takeaway for me the level of aggression. If you can be aggressive, look at VP, they were down to 2 bodies, they were being aggressive, they were getting points, and that's what I see from the grassroots. If you're aggressive, you get points.
It needs to happen. I think for a lot of teams taking a little bit slower though at the start of the game, 5 minutes in. Usually by this point in time we would have seen a kill coming through from Choco Benito, but obviously they're not here. So it would have been against them or from them. But yeah, it's a little bit more chilled out now without that team being in.
People have learned how to play against Choco Benito, right? Their aggression is maybe too much, right? They are early game points, and people have started to adapt. I think that's why we've seen a little bit of a drop off from Choco Benito. They've relied on heavy. And look, I'll defend them. They did tell me they weren't playing this serious because they knew they're qualified. All of that jazz, I get it, right? But they're not here today. They didn't qualify for today. I know, but they have a very aggressive game style, and it doesn't always kind of work out. This is an aggressive game stance. Red Line, the lowest team being qualified for this week, a team outside of the leaderboard at the moment, a team which could do with a bridge camp, and Sloy lurking his way over. I think he's a bit cautious now as he goes to stop to have a look at some of the scenery that PUBG can produce for us.
I mean, for Red Line, they have to do this. They have to go for this play, playing on the eastern side of the map. You know PGG's dropping down here. You have to go for a camp. 4 kills is a lot of points. They're going to send a little bit of a sacrifice out here.
The other 2 are on the public transport. The other 2 are on the ferry coming over. So if Redline do get the opportunity here, and they spread both sides, Zico's got a heavy lift as well. Naturally, after the initial drops will come over. They pulled up into the garage. They pulled up into the Lion's trap here. But do they know? PGG get out, take the jump over the wall, and it is done. And Knight's first kill on the board, and PGG nearly sent packing completely.
Oh dear me. It looked a little bit more difficult than maybe it was. Zabilla, the fact that he went for that mantle was brave, to say the least. But only 1 going down there is certainly interesting there for PGG. There's a whole lot of noise, a lot of commotion, but not a lot of damage going through.
I think Presenti's not in public transport. I actually think Presenti for PGG might be in a glider, because I've never seen public transport turn around mid-path. Anyway, he was following the path in. He fooled me. Didn't fool me twice, though. Red Lion get the early kill, and that is a good start for that team. There he is.
Yeah, he's on the glider. But yeah, it's an okay start. Could have been better. I think that, you know, the Panzerfaust into the gas station was slightly a miss. I saw the vision, though. I did see the vision.
It was explosive. I like it. And they got a pretty clean sweep this side as well. Red Line going to take the road down south of farm. PGG opting not to go back and playing this one as a 3. They're rotating on that sort of east side. TMO coming in. Their normal drop spots to Yaz. So a long extension for them guys. They extended then in cars to Yaz. They went to a normal loot spot. They now work back. Everlong taking kind of team nemesis position up on that north side. So Saverni was there free for them to grab. A lot of teams obviously are going to position down towards that south side. I do worry when we got Everest in the northwest corner. It doesn't actually matter where Everest in. It does sometimes attract zones. So I think a lot of teams might be looking at options that if they need to migrate to the west, that they need to try and get as close as they can to that mountain.
I mean, No Slice got that covered very well. 2 players up top. Got a player underneath on the southeast side of it. And those like compounds sit around there. Very nice to play around with. You're going to play the ones that are a little bit further off towards the west. They're a bit harder to hold on to. The southeast one's good. It is an aggressive split though, because they've even got a player in Sarta all the way down towards Ruins, just watching that position. But again, if they're able to hold this, if it is like you say, we get a northwest shift, they have plenty of options to play around with that.
I feel like the observer was upset by them then. They didn't take the bike. Just stayed at the bike and said, why are you not taking the bike? Red Line maybe second guessing it as they encroach on, but again, there's so much freedom and movement. A lot more teams have gone central to central south here, and PGG, despite losing the body, they even put an emergency pickup here in case they need to take it. Be good timing, the zone will have popped.
Yeah, see what it takes them. Again, it's quite a nice area to take a e-pickup as well, because it's so much empty ground. You can scout fairly easily from an e-pickup. So I do think this is a good time to be going for it this early as well into phase 2. It's absolutely fine for them. Everlong following the path of the chopper, but we'll see.
Not bad pathing for them. It is not a bad pathing. It is the calm before the storm. We're 5 seconds away before knowing how bad that storm is going to weather some of these teams. And whether PGG do get it, does go towards that west. Everest never lets us down. And for PGG, they give up the glider, but they go for a different airborne route.
See how this pans out, honestly, because you are going to be without a vehicle. I think it's going to be hard to pick up some from around this area. So they're likely going to be finding a forever home off the back of this. Let's see how well they can move out towards the late game on foot. Yeah, I do think it's going to be difficult for them to grab some more vehicles going into the late game, which is always a bit of a difficulty. But skipping the queue in terms of the amount of teams that are going to be flitting around this center field, that's not terrible for them, right? And they could even drop further off towards the western side, which is looking to be exactly what they're going to go for. Meantime, Sarta, no slack. DCL pull up. Requesting a little bit of assistance from the rest of the squad, but IXE, who's been fantastic throughout the weeks, is on the lookout.
Yeah, they get the opening knock here from IXE. Big staple player for them. Quick kill and confirmed as they're coming in for CL on that sort of west side. That's forced no slack. They did come off the mountain. They went for a 2-2 split, and actually they do play backwards here. XTD, early death for them, and Storm a request. Well, the storm maybe is brewing as they find the bowl. They watch some of the PGS because they think this zone might be playing back towards them very shortly.
I mean, we'll see how that happens. I mean, playing chopsticks, very nice position to be working with. I don't mind it at all. I think for someone request, that position does give them a lot of strength, and just like that, they get a load of loot crates at the back of it. Coxie with some very nice shots on the distance. Ivers even sending some through as well.
This is so telling though for Redline. They have a game like style today, and it is aggressive. It is. I need to try and play. Ivers though needs to reload the gun. Gets to reload on the other though, but unfortunately for him, Everlong though, they had enough of having their heels nipped, and they turn to take a bite out of him.
The arena is bleeding out though. They might be able to pick him up. Honestly, I think it's very possible. Behind the hay bale, make that one happen. But Hive very central as well. So not only is Storm request here, but for Hive, this is a lovely spot to be playing for them. Really do like that compound that just sits down to the southeast side of the road. And they also have 2 players over towards that northwest side, dead central. I think for Hive, they probably have the best options out of any team currently inside the lobby of how to play this next circle. But still, no slack have done very well. That initial knock they got was good enough for them. They didn't have to get the full team wipe. They just needed to keep teams away. The longer they can hold this 2-2 split, the better when it comes to phase 5 and 6. So I think for no slack, certainly starting off the day with confidence, which is great to see from them.
Yeah. Wait and see. Good level of confidence, good position as well. 20 seconds away for this next zone. So far, we've only lost one team as they path by Storm and Request. There's still a huge amount of numbers for these teams, so difficulty for the next pathing, should we say, especially the zone here it does play back towards that northwest again. For some of these other teams, Blank, they are opting the southern shift as we've seen them take that towards that chopsticks. It goes north. Ooh. It holds on to Everest yet again. The story continues to unfold and never. It's like that mountain is made up of zone magnets.
I know. It's pretty horrible as well. The way that it kind of just slingshots around the top of Everest means that that's a massive amount of area just cut out right now. For PGG, I do like the idea to go around now. I mean, you immediately send whilst the circle is still out here. You can maybe get down towards No Slack's position on that southeast side. X-Howl. Yeah, I was going to say X-Howl is flying in.
Look at him, he's scouting. They've gone for a 3-1 scout. It's a really good play from him. I think he's going to go try and look for a car, but the cars are gone. But he's scouted outside, so X-Howl are going to take that PGG position. Because you're right, this north side, let's say it's unplayable. I know it's in zone, but not for long. X-Howl, unfortunately with Star in his skies, gets the stars in his eyes, but not enough to get him knocked down. But he's going to be on foot, and for him, PGG have already threaded the needle between him and the remainder of X-Howl, who have taken the high ground.
Presenti's late to it though, and the rest of PGG is 2 players versus 3 here, and they have all the information in the world. So Salik's the first to fall there from PGG, dropping that team down to 2 players, and Presenti is nowhere to be seen. Nail caught from X-Howl, dropped in with a parachute, doesn't go down, spots out Sloyd, and continues to roll this one. I think he is out of sightlines now from Starry Skies.
It's 2 big blows though for PGG, down to 50%, and both times they're not going to be able to get those blue chips back, not yet anyway. So they've got to have a bit more of a salvation game, from what I would say. And again, I'd defend my position that they are one of the well-known names, and I suppose one of the names that I looked at as a potential winner for today.
We'll find Ivers. Take some pot shots towards vehicles, get those out of commission, especially because they are right on the edge of the blue too. There should be some 3 points here for TMO, honestly. I think it's hard for Redline to get out of here now. They have stuttered on their approach towards the center of the zone. Still trying to get these tags in.
Look at his points. Presenti finds 1. They're crashing just before. And for the guys from FS, haven't got a free side to this zone. It's quick kill confirmed. Salvation game underway for them. Flashbang now trying to hold off TMO. TMO going through ruins and round the other side. As they'll be careful. Very dangerous areas. Flashbang are divided. Let's see if they can conquer. Hitman gets that confirmation. A 1 PRX. He has to give up his position and go for the wider rotation, but he has to be cautious. The team out towards his west, that's going to be Boards. The more shots he gets, the more west he goes, but he finds a little bit of room just to sneak on past.
Yeah, through the forest, so the trees here.
Oh,
and none of the trees causing problems, but the wooden fence does. And he gets some revenge on it too. But you're right. Look, a northwest shift onto Everest. Get your hiking boots out because it's time to climb. Starry Skies will drop down a little bit. They managed to pick off this western compound. Very, very beautiful compound to be playing as well. It is likely to be out in the next zone, but it's decent for now.
How has Redline got that compound for free as well? That, well, I was second guess. PGG drive past it. Still my request. Go for the high grounds here. Starry Skies collapsed there 2-2. They were on top of Everest. They've given up the Everest to come down to the compound now on the west side. That's allowed Everlong in on the west, and they will climb the mountain. One of my favorite sides, especially for this start of zone. If they time it right, they can climb to victory, but it's all about timing.
I can't believe that Storm Request gets here. This is an awkward position to be playing, but the fact they made it through all of this to get towards the spot, again, you know, Storm Request, they're playing it aggressively. I mean, they have to go for this move if they want to get those points. Overall, there are some teams on the outside. Hive has yet to move yet. They have been really taking things slow here. I don't know how they're going to make this play. Wrapping over towards Gattaca feels really tough. And they know there's a lot of teams over towards their northeast side. So how exactly did they go for this? Because they can't really just razz it through the field. They'd have to crash no slack here if they want to do that.
And with no slack on the high-low, it's a hard hold for them. Like, for me, Hive will make a decision. They might look at it as an opportunity, especially if they're scouting the information. Vis sitting on the outside edge now. Boars obviously losing their compound, so it's about timing. How do those teams work their way in? TMO, I don't think they've got off the gas pedal just yet. So they've been rotating non-stop. They've picked up 3 kills as a reward. And you can see Boars have encroached on towards Visto, and Baldini get caught by PGG as they were tab out in 15th.
Woof. Aldini taking a bit of a shocker there. Hive is moving. Hive is absolutely moving now. They're sending over towards Viz, and Viz gets obliterated. With the help of TMO off in the distance, we're starting to wrap around to the northwest side now, looking over towards Redline, where they took shots towards them earlier, so they should have tabs over towards them. They know they're a weakened squad.
That's what they could do. They've pulled up on this one. They pulled up on the third party, and they pulled up knowing that Boars has to try and leave this compound. Smoke will come out. Gets a little bit of a head. Headshots come through, but Schengen down to 4 HP.
Well, lives it, as Schengen does. Really, really good player here over on Hive. Rock starts to move up now. Making some breathing room for his buddy. And he's over the top of it, Marchell towards TMO, but honestly, TMO's playing it very well at the moment. Sata finally finding something.
Oh my god.
It's a great aid from Sata. On to 3 off in the distance. Hyman will find Marshall over date of his own, but what just happened from No Slack?
Him doing well there. No Slack overstep, and they overstep the mark. Boars will go down. Don't forget they were a player down. They started with 3 on this one. 13th place, so not a bad hole, but it's not going to be enough. No Slack can never leave a man behind as they put him over the shoulder and run back to safety. As TMO, they flex their muscles as they control on one of the final teams now out on that east side.
This has been looking good from TMO. Honestly, 7 kills off the rip. Takes a little bit of damage from getting run over his teammate, but, you know, better you take damage from your teammate than from the rest of the lobby, I say. Right now, Hive, though, what a roll-in from them. Very well timed. Absolutely lawn-mowing down the eastern side of the lobby there. Well, they can see teams down towards the south side still in the fields. Just a bit of an awkward position to play. Circle moves away from Everest. And now, like you say, we are down towards high-low. This is a difficult position to hold. But No Slack is going to be a lot of diversion of attention all over the place. They need to quickly deal with threats coming their way. Because as soon as you have 2 teams rock up on that location either side, it's a difficult position to push back other squads.
So it's guys left the high ground knowing that Everest will eventually give up that positioning, so they put themselves in a position now to cause some damage. Down to 1 shot. Very long to turn back the other way. Tiska waiting, prized. Does find as Tiska now drives his way forward, and for the rest of the guys, they're gonna be careful. PGG still holding on. How to become 22 and they hold centralized spot. Can they deal with TMO? Yes, they can. There's one. They pull up full sweep. Another one will full percentage. Oh my god. Nearly obliterates TMO.
Yeah, I mean, No Slack also taking shots through there, so we got to call it out how it was. But for Presenti, it is clear this guy is going to be an absolute winner in the future. No matter where they end up over on the leaderboards, I think Presenti's made a great case for himself as a player here in the PEC Cups. He has had multiple moments of just looking damn glorious in these games. Great to see. Sign off from red line. Okay, there we go. There's the Dragonov doing Dragonov things.
Love that gun. I know it's not for everyone, but there's a certain satisfaction when you get to a certain distance, you hit someone. Red line, again, their stance has been pushed forward. It's been aggression, though. Hive getting caught. They need to be careful, don't get caught. Zico swings by and he swings the final blow towards Hive. Hive full, 10th place. And Red line now find themselves with 4 kills.
You're surprised for Redline. They've had a tough game. It's been really hard getting in here, but they have had some serious resilience. No Slack get a lovely circle off the back of this one. Again, you might say circle look on this, but No Slack had set themselves up very well since the very beginning, and they even had to crash this position earlier on. So I think No Slack's looking great here. And we mentioned at the start of the day, this is the team that loves momentum. Once they start building it, they are like a snowball down a snowy slope. They're going to start picking up speed quickly.
Right. You got let's give No Slack no heat, because they chose to come here. They were on the high ground. I would have stayed on the high ground and gone for the split in that northeast corner. I would have been working my way in like these teams here. Flashbang, backed up in the corner, and how crashed their way in now to safety.
It just always amazes me watching Exhal rocking up in one US, 3 players.
That's how they roll.
I mean, they left 1 player behind, I guess. So it's fine. All went wrong. They had 1 player to live it out.
Sometimes
but we are
it
now.
works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Into the top 6 now, 21 players alive. Small circle to be playing around with, but a lot of tree cover here, so it is very playable still. Some requests still going. One of our teams that we definitely want to see do well here. There's a BRDM. It is taking some massive hits, though. Very low HP on that thing now.
Yeah, good position. Actually found the little ridge they can play from. I wonder if they've got a repair kit. Doesn't look like it. So they're going to hold BRDM, Famous in hand. I would just stick this one out, guys. Don't need to move. Just wait the game to unfold in front of you.
Oh, nice. Double there. Made into an MK12, and that's all down to Hyman, who has been doing some really good stuff.
Here he comes forward. Here, man. No, we'll try and hold. Oh, blue zone comes through. Smoke goes out. He might be able to get justice, but the barrage of utility is going to be enough to potentially deny out Mika. At least for them, they're fixated on one place. Hitman will try and hold this off angle. Here comes the car. He has to step up. He gets the spray. He gets a knock as well. That's going to be some damage. And Hitman gets a secondary opportunity now, and maybe an opportunity to pick up justice.
Has to back off. 4 HP for Hitman. Living it through right now. The smokes are down. Drops a foldable shield. Might deflect some of the nade damage if he comes his way. It would be imperative that he uses this for good cover. Storm Request is up. Molotov down. It is spreading. He-Man does get a heal off, but now he has to do the impossible.
It's an argument to say, Justice been confirmed out. You've not got that in the back of your mind now that I've got to try and get the res. He just has to focus on getting rid of Storm and Request. And a huge nade! Oh my god! Hitman finds 2!
2 is good. Now he has 2 players to deal with. Knows one's across the road. This foldable shield has been absolutely massive for the squad. Blue zone nade does go out. That is going to absolutely assist him. Doesn't let the player run out. He walks off to the side to drop the smoke.
No! He got pedicure. No.
Oh,
he got the confirmations though.
timing.
He got the confirmation that blue zone was good from him. The turnaround, the pedicure wasn't great. And how line up with their mortify. Can they zero in? Can they find those kills? For Starry's guys, they're looking around thinking, where the hell is everyone?
Oh, that's so upsetting. I mean, drops the smoke, but leaves it looking bad. Mort is coming through, yeah, but
This tree of steel. It's the tree of life.
doesn't really help out Storm Request too much. At least. It's going to be a bit of a slow game now. There is a lot of areas you can deny sidelines in this spot. But the fact that No Slack's held on to these 2 compounds for so long, I'm finding it very unlikely they don't win out this game. They've got seriously good control. It's very hard to push the corridors inside of these buildings. So we'll see how No Slack plays out. I think barring catastrophic failure, you'd hope No Slack does win this game.
I think there's 2 things that might play into a factor. If the teams can overload, so if they have Starry Skies and like Exhale coming on either side, they can't juggle that. They're taking 2-on-3 or 2-on-4 fights. But you're right, they're in hard cover. They don't need to rush it at the moment. Hopefully there's an argument to say that these teams will also burn through a huge amounts of utility. And then you've got the North and South. CL with a BRDM, they're going to sit and wait. And Storm, well, they've already kicked off a Storm here today. I think they would also wait to see whether East or West push first.
I'm surprised that nade actually hits EXE. Trying to prevent him from standing out the doorway with the Panzer. But the Panzer is the most effective approach versus Exhal. As we know, they like to rock up in one vehicle, and a Panzer could do the trick. That's really bad, actually. That's very bad.
That's bad for timing. Lucky enough, they got the time on the clock before it gets rolling. So, Scav, Exi will hold one side. Enough ammo. Scav, level 3 vest, level 3 helmet. He's happy. They need to maybe manage some of the heavy utility as they wait for the smokes to dissipate. And with that knock with the car for Exhal, that means they're burning through smokes. They're burning through denial of information for No Slack.
Like you said, timing-wise, getting a knock there feels really bad. For Exhal, they might have to do something silly to get into the circle now. Having to drop more smokes. Storm Request has really good angles on them as 2 players, and they're very effectively covered off from the guys on No Slack. Eventually, the blue will push them in. And Exhal opts to take on those players on the north side. Sick of it.
We have a junkyard here with the car, so continuation from last week. Storm Request is going to stop the early rotation. The grade is going to stop the push potentially, but the Mad already had knocking on the door of Storm Request. No helmet, has to reposition, but has a huge amount of cars flying in front of him. His number's been punched, but it's been denied. He charges forward, he swings left, he swings right, and he gets both of them down. Good play from the Mad, helped from Starry Skies.
Oh no, the barrel though, laser beaming down Starry Skies there. We sort of assisted a little bit. Storm Request was backing out, and they backed straight into the sightlines of Starry Skies. But this is a good decision from Exhal. I think they realized that it was going to be very hard to push on towards No Slack from this eastern side, and they could only get really 2 players on the side of that north, so just went to push it. But you're right, that is a nice nade coming through, and he walks into it, almost kills his teammate with that one.
He's running through like toes of fire. Never leave that man behind. Has to come on the outside, gets the spray. Another level 3 vest here that's going to try and help out, but they're looking to try and finish this one with utility. There goes the rubber blue zone nade. That's going to bounce for Miles, and Miles it will bounce, but they haven't found the number yet from Starry Sky. Got to be careful now as we move into the top 4.
Run straight through the blue zone grenade, get into some better cover. Sata does go down next. How luckily Kovalevi will find Flores. Odemavasi on the roof here. This could be an absolute disgusting lineup over towards Starry Skies. The Mad move straight forward, and they are getting mowed down here. Really good control from Exhal.
Depends on how much they commit. He's gone round, but he's not covered despite being on the high ground. Starry Skies maybe an opportunity. There goes a grenade. Don't think they can see the res go through just yet. The BIDM is going to try and make its way in now as the blue zone will try and pop out, and the smoke on the other side will come out, and they force to see one. The Famasto doesn't hit hard enough, but it hits a little bit as they get the opportunity to spread out. CL will fall in 4th.
It's a bold maneuver on that BRDM. I don't think anyone quite realized how low that thing was, and not to just not shoot it and look for the players coming out. They probably could have stopped that push a lot sooner, but you just don't know in those situations. Odemavasi being on the roof here is very good for controlling No Slack. They were able to get all players back up again. Does have this Panzerfaust. Spots the head of Mom and just will immediately take him down there. Very accurate this game as Odemavasi. Quick on the trigger.
Yeah, Odin playing well, but unable to get the flush. They're down to 2. They've got a difficult hold. Sees players coming out the other side. Has a bit of a spray. Doesn't quite find the connection that he's needed. But he's gone. He's gone for the Panzer. Jump shot. Doesn't quite get the connection as he steps up for the rest. Sees the player. Swings back though. And gets the knock as well. Sata will fall.
Through the smoke there. Didn't quite see her. I think Sata was just as surprised. And Starry Skies might be finishing this out. 2 players down now. For No Slack. Odemavasi is healing up. Kovalevi's been absolutely incredible towards this endgame. IXC starts to move out, but he's able to get towards the cover. No Slack up to 10 kills. Quick peek. He's in the blue zone. Has to push out.
Oh my god! They're holding on as well. Starry Skies, they can't unhinge No Slack. And from rags to riches, they had the compound. I thought for a moment, Blake, they were going out, but it's a 23-point game. No Slack kicking off week number 5 explosive.
Very controlled game there from No Slack. Really, really well done. Again, we were sort of worried on the confidence factor from last week. Had it been hurt too much, but looks not to be the case. I think they had some fantastic holds towards the beginning of the game. Really good idea of where they want to go and how they want to push it out. Great crash too towards the center, taking control of that compound. I think they played this game marvelously. I think for Kovalevi as well as IXC, what a wonderful game for them. But again, man of the match for me, Kovalevi, had some really good moments. The fact that he was able to get some of the kills there, some of the knocks, they were so opportune and needed so that they actually cleaned that game out. Relieved a lot of pressure for the squad.
It's hit and miss from sometimes compounds, and we've got to take anything away from No Slack. Like, they were on the high ground, they played the 2-2 split, they got pressure from the west, so they collapsed their 2-2 split and they held firm, and the decision was to try and play out. They got a little bit of zone luck, don't get me wrong, the zone shifted their way, but sometimes it's hard to get out those compounds. Then we saw the other side of things. TMO, aggressive. They ended on 10 kills, I believe, coming in from that east, and they were denied entry, but still a great game for them. And for a team we didn't really speak that much about, Starry Sky, Cappy leaving them, and they did have the best week last week. They've come back this week, and now they find themselves in second, but 13 points on the board.
Yeah, I think for TMO, great game from them. Starry Skies, they had some strong games in the past, but this looked very nice here. I think there was definitely some moments where I could feel the gun skill slipping a little bit from Starry Skies, but overall, I think this is a great start out game for them to really build on their points. But yeah, for Exhal, TMO, No Slack, these are all teams that we talked about at the start. I think we were kind of bang on the money. I think that you predicting Storm on the Crest was I was like, this seems like a bit of a weird one, but you were right. You know, the PUBG genius is back.
No, just look into the gods from Storm and Request. I think a big factor is what you talked about earlier, is that now we have the Titans out of here. It allows them to kind of flex. Let's look what that means when it comes down to the actual cup leaderboard. And we do need to keep an eye on this through today, because one, construction workers have gone through. So from 2, obviously down to 7 is kind of like phase 1, but we'll confirm that a little bit later on. But then when we look at some of these teams that are in the lobby, No Slack getting the victory, that's cementing their position in kind of that phase 1. And as we move down that leaderboard, Mythoff have already jumped up slightly, Starry Sky enter in as well, Baldini holding on, but they're close. They're on that cutoff line here where teams below them, like Redline, who enter in now in that 20 spot. If they continue in driving forward, Baldini, who is in this lobby, might find themselves coming in on a phase number 3.
Yeah, I mean, for Redline, this is great news. I mean, first game, get yourself into that qualification spot. Fantastic stuff. But TMO, though, I think the biggest thing for them is that 7th place. It's still this. They're on 73 points. TMO's not far behind that now. I realize that that's what they're looking for. Even if they don't win the cup here, as long as they can get past Fizz, which is 73 points, it's very possible. 66 right now. They're looking at only 8 points to profit over the head of them. I think that's possible. Very, very possible. Yeah. But it's not just them. It's PGG as well, as Boars, who are all vying for that position. And PGG, I still think they have a little bit left in them.
Yeah, look, and obviously there's multiple stories that are unfolding, but we have to fold on that one as we're going to go now towards Miramar. Completely different game. For some reason, I've been dabbed the Miramar caster now for PGS. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but I've been really enjoying those games. A lot more technical, but a lot more freedom of movement. We come back to conversations around teams like Hive, and let's bring in maybe the Exhale. Let's bring in the Boars, who are now on a 4, by the way. They did start as a 3 on game number 1. They like centralized position. They like to hold up, and a map like Miramar gives them the space to do it.
Yeah, I think for Miramar, it's always a fun one. Where, like you say, it's a lot more space to work with. It's a little bit more strategic. You don't have as many opportunities to just go for those big crashes, unless you end up in a fielded area, in which case sometimes it's the only thing you have left in you. But I do think that these are interesting games, certainly interesting games to watch for some of these squads, because we're not playing at the highest level here. But certain plays can look absolutely devastating to some teams where they're able to pull off these really cool approaches into the lobby, and that suddenly shifts up how the entire game plays. Again, I think for X-Howl, this is how they want to play, but they've been denied a lot of times because there have been so many teams that they crash into and they just can't bear the weight of them. Here, it's a little bit easier for them. Definitely a little bit easier. More teams that they can kind of shred without worrying too much about getting shifted back onto. But again, there is that sort of chaoticness to that team, especially towards that end game where, it felt like, all right, we've pulled the trigger, just play your game. Play your game, guys. And we don't really have a strict plan in mind, but we'll see what happens. Because I think you called it perfectly where you said he doesn't have the cover. He doesn't have the cover, and that just wasn't something Odin Mavasi was really thinking about.
Even before then, I'm with you. It does feel like sometimes it's chaos, but I will say it's organized chaos to a degree. Exhale, before that push, they could have easily crashed into that low side of that compound, the high lows, and taken on kind of as we know, the Panzer with Scav and IXE, right? But they made a clear decision to go north and take out Storm and Request. Arguably a harder push, especially if you come down to the cards because of the amount of junkyard that was up there. But it is chaotic. They kind of thrive in chaos. But when it came down to the end of it, they're unable to survive. And good shots, though, from Scav, though, being able to try and take out Odin as he did wrap his way around.
Yeah, I think the thing for Exhale is that they're a team that likes to bully, right? I think if they can win their 1v1s, they are unparalleled when it comes to those late games. But a lot of times their plays do rely on, do we win a 1v1? Which I don't think is always great. Right, you need to have a little bit more than that. I think if you can do that, sure, fine. That's totally acceptable, but that can't be what you're leaning on. That has to be like sort of the last resort where we have to push this distance. But we get towards that end game, I could understand it versus Starry Skies, where like we're just gonna send that way. Someone needs to watch down towards the south. Like I said, it was a junkyard up there. Great shots from I think it was the Mad to make that happen. Yeah. But again, I think that when we get towards the late game where they had full control over towards Starry Skies, I don't think they had to make those pushes, right? They had Ona Mavasi on the roof. They could have played around that position, held the outside of the house. There was no reason to push it. They could have easily got themselves much more points off the back of it. I think they were just trying to clear out Starry Skies to get that win under the belt. And that might be influenced by the fact that they want the win on the day.
I think you're right. I'm gonna label it as tunnel vision, because the Mad didn't have to push down. He didn't have to go around the west and clear Starry Skies. I think he bit off a little bit more than he could chew. I do want to talk about Starry Skies. A little bit more of a different approach to this game. They came on the west. They sort of tinkered around on the outside, but when they needed to, they held that line pretty well. No team could get in, but sometimes those sort of game styles can be hit and miss. I think they've had a little bit of a taste of success here. They've got some points on the board, and I'd like to see them maybe go into the final 4 games with a little bit more confidence and a little bit more aggression to their game style, because they can kick it in this lobby. They've got great gun skills. They're able to put points on the board. I don't think they can get away with a bit more of a passive, like putting their toe in the water and feeling what the pace of this lobby is going to be like.
Yeah, I think for Starry Skies, it's a curious one, right? Where I don't think they've ever really been that team that we looked at and be like, wow, that's like the top squad. But some of their rotations or the positions they take in, I've always been like, okay, actually, I really like that. I think that's a good play. I think that's a good moment to take that position on the map. It's just sometimes the gun skill's not quite there to follow up on some of those positions. But today, it looks a lot different. I think it looks nice. I think for Starry Sky, if they can continue taking some of those strong micro rotations towards the late game and the early game, I would be happy to see them towards the top 5. We just got to see whether No Slack is going to stop performing so well. So I think the team I'm most curious about right now, see how they continue doing, is probably TMO. Because I think a lot of times TMO gets themselves a good game, and then it's a fall off in the next. If they can get another 10-pointer here, I will be overjoyed. I'll be overjoyed to see another 10-pointer from TMO. I'm not asking for the world from that team. I think if they can get themselves to the top 7, it will be a fantastic result to finish the day on.
I will say think being the key thing, is it a map thing? They're comfortable in a wrangle, they play aggressive, they manipulate their way around. If that's the case, then they got 2 major opportunities here today. The Miramar's a little bit more wider spread. Are they going to be a little more passive? We'd have to wait and see. But you're right. They seem to have a game plan today. As we said, they have made a sub, so no Sparta, no Bad Boy today. So we have Mika and Ares in now. Look good. Ares went down, but they still played quite an aggressive stance. They were willing to push people. And again, you look at that shift away from them. They were constantly chasing zone on the east, and they didn't have the room, but they had to make the room. And that's what I like about that team, is they had the ability to do it. But I think you're right. It can be hit and it can be missed sometimes.
I think with the new players they brought in, though, I'm quite happy with the new play style. Like, no shade to Spar or Bad Boy, because I just think they play a different game right now to what TMO is trying to push out from Justice and what he's trying to lead here from the squad. That's a bit more of a conservative approach with this explosiveness when needs be. I think for Bad Boys or Spar, there was a fair few times where we saw them kind of wandering off to try and find picks, and it didn't feel like it was part of the collective. I don't think either play is bad at all, but do they fit the gameplay right now? Probably not. I think, I don't know. I don't think we've seen enough from Ares so far for me to make a proper decision, though, just yet. Because that last game saw all of He-Man. That was the guy doing most of the work.
100% yes. That shield felt like a fortification at the end. Which wait for one more player, just to let you know, we'll be getting things started in less than 30 seconds. And we'll be getting ready to dispart that plane. One other team I actually want to talk about aggressive stance. Actually, Redline surprised me, if I'm honest with you, because they were a team that need big. They came in one of the last teams qualifying for this week in 16th place, and they can sometimes be a hit and miss team in the context. They play well, they don't play well. I think they should be in this lobby. I think they should be contending, and now they're in that kind of top 20. So GG's, hold on to it. But I like how they started. They went for the bridge camp on PGG, and it didn't stop from then. Every time they rotated, they're rotating proactively in towards teams. I just want to see them do exactly the same, but replicate it now on these coming maps.
Yeah, I think that's always the hard thing. It's always a hard thing finding a little bit of magic in a bottle, right? And then you can't quite figure out how do we make this again? How do we replicate the recipe? I think that there's been a fair few teams like that throughout the entirety of the Cups where they'll have one really good game and they're like, well, what did we do? What did we do that made that game look so good? Now we got to do it again, and it's a little bit hard. So I think for Starry Sky in particular, I think what was good from them was their slow, methodical approach to the game, which we've seen multiple times in the past. I think they got themselves a nice win on one of their maps in the past just by taking a slow approach. They saw a nice straight of free land and then a compound off in the distance. They just picked it up. And yes, they got some circle look on that map. I believe it was an error. I think it was an error in goal. And then they just won off the back of that. But still, I think for Starry Skies, they have a good approach to the game when it comes to the strategic mind behind it.
Yeah. Well, strategic mind, we are, as I said, going to transition across towards Miramar now. There are only 5 games to play, and more importantly, it is only the final 5 games that we have in this actual series for the PEC Spring Playoffs. So still to play for. Pretty much all the teams are in. We're just departing the plane shortly as we will get things rolling. Early predictions for me, I'll put myself under the highlight here. I feel like we could see a no slack go back to back, but I feel like other teams might be slightly desperate. So I'm going to throw a wild card in there. I think maybe a Viz, which will play around with a Miramar, use the train to his advantage, and they need points because that first game wasn't great for them.
I think Viz has a good Miramar, actually. I think you're right. I think Viz has had some good games here. I think that Miramar is the map where we see Viz get very far into it, but it's also the map where we see Viz on 3 or 2 players towards the end game, which is again the thing that I want to see. I don't know if fixed is the right word, but just improved upon. I think that they could have some good games here, but for no slack getting the second chicken dinner, we'll see. We will see. I think things looked a little bit dicey in that last game, and I think that the way things panned out was you made a call during that saying that it's hard when you get overloaded from both sides. I don't think any of the teams on the outside were really thinking about that at all, because that's how you're meant to play that, right? Is that you try and take control of the East and the West, and then by the end game you have 3 teams, so one on the East, one on the West, 2 in the middle of the 2-2 split, in which case one of those East and West teams is going to win. But there, I think Starry Sky was sort of the issue, right? Where they were taking a massive amount of shots over towards X-Hal, and X-Hal had to deal with them. But Starry Skies had no choice because they were limited on members over on that side. I think no, it was Storm Request. Apologize.
Storm Request on the north side. So Storm Request for that team playing both sides, right? They were trying to take as much of the pie as they could. Starry Skies were controlled on the west. Yeah, and again, in their defense, they had to play in that way, and they had to take on that TMO space. TMO obviously crashing in with PGG, Presenti trying to hold up with them. So again, they're an outside bet for me potentially taking this map. But that north side, it always had to have come from that east and west, and they would have had to collapse in both sides of that compound at the same time. But it just didn't go that way for their teams, and I feel like actually as a result of that allowed teams from the north, from the south to kind of move in. I would have liked to see CL to move in a little bit closer. They'd have BRDM, maybe be a bit more aggressive earlier. They came in at the perfect time though for Starry Skies.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a funny thing because it comes back to X-Hal, and they made a greedy play. They did make a greedy play where they could have taken down Storm Request and then double back towards that east side, but instead they looked to take over the western edge, which I do think was unnecessary. But in terms of points, and there is always going to be a caveat today. There is always going to be a caveat is that teams are going to look for as many points as possible because it's their last chance to get them. And if they can get 4 points and a second place, they've basically profited what they would have got if they got a chicken dinner. So I don't think it really matters too much for these squads. But we are getting into game now. Ish.
Yeah, podcast is episode 2 over. We'll see you guys. We'll see you in a second though. It is match number 2. It is the final week though, week number 5. And the opportunities are great, but so is the pressure, because whoever conquers this lobby of the day will take a golden ticket straight through to phase number 1 of the playoffs.
Which is what everyone wants to see here. It's going to give them the best chance for PEC. But jumping out now from the south side up towards the north. Los Leones in play, but I think a lot of teams wanted to stretch this one out over towards Puerto as well as Impala. You know, there's a lot of teams inside the Cups that really like to play heavy western side, which I don't see all that often. I think most of the time you see a lot of teams spreading over towards the east, northeast, as well as La Cobreria. But a lot of teams do confirm over towards the west inside this lobby. But not this time, though. We have much more teams heading out towards the east, so curse myself a little bit there.
That's a good flight path, though. I think the teams have got the choice, haven't they, in this one? And again, we've got to factor in that we don't have the big dogs in the lobby. We don't have the construction, Team Nemesis, and the Jogger Benito taking some of the prior spots. So some of these teams will have the opportunity to take what they would normally like. And with a south towards the north, pretty much through the heart, the soul, that is going to be Miramar. They will find themselves in a good position. Zone goes quite late. San Martin is centered up. Boars will be happy with that one. They might try and hunker down here. Same as Hive, actually. Hive will play potentially Hacienda and surrounding compounds. So it's going to be down to them how quickly they can loot. It's also going to be down to them how the other teams try to rotate their way in.
I think, yeah, the Hive's got a great start here. Already looking to maintain a bit more control over in this spot, but we all know that Miramar's a bit of a slower map here. No Slack taking a 3-1 split, I believe, over on that north side and over towards El Pozo.
Let's wait and see how the split will work. I think they got time. Obviously got the numbers. The team without the numbers here, Storm Request, has the tech issues there, so apologies for that one. Oh! We see it again. We see it for a second time. El Diablo, a.k.a. James of Claris.
I saw that earlier. Quite funny. Funnily enough, I've seen that the Kalo Libre photo before. It really does suit him. He's a big wrestling fan, that guy. The overall PGS so far has been very entertaining. Carney's team's kind of dominating a little bit at the moment, though. Golden Morado. We're back on it. No Messi. Okay, now we're leaving. Back over towards Redline. Who, honestly, I've been quite a big fan of Redline. I think there's been, for a team that hasn't done all that hot, I think Redline has certainly given it their all. And I think I appreciate that a lot out of a lot of squads. I think there's some of the teams that have bowed out quite a few times, but Redline is just on that cusp of getting towards some of those really strong late game finishes, and they will go for plays even though they might not be able to finish them out. Again, even that play they made last game over an airing goal in the gas station, yes, it wasn't the most beautiful thing to watch. It wasn't illustrious, to say the least, but I still appreciate they went for it. You do need those strong moments and those opportunities. Song request, last game. Pretty good. It's not terrible. We've only seen this team one other time inside the cup here, and this is their last chance. And they knew it.
It's unfortunate for them, though. Now they've only got 3 in this game, because they do need a big game, and they're up there in 5th, and you just hope, I would have prayed that they can get those sort of tech issues sorted and get themselves back to at least a solid 4, because they could be a contender to try and take that golden ticket.
Yeah, they could be. They could be. No Slack. Kovalevi, the main man. Doesn't need a single bullet in his AUG. He just stares down the opposition and they fall over. Sometimes. But a lot of teams actually opting to head very central already. Around that ridge side, just towards the north of Picado. Get yourself stuck in. I think a lot of teams realize that you sort of need to go here early. You need to confirm yourself position towards the center. Very hard to approach this spot later in the game if you're not already here. But if the opportunity early on, may as well go for it now.
Do you know what? I'm going to throw this one out here. I actually do not know where El Diablo, that poster, is on the map. I don't think I've seen it apart from when the observers have found it. So I feel like I need to get in the game and try and just drive around Miramar until I can find El Diablo. Rest of these teams, though, they're driving their way in at the moment. Interesting for me, especially when looking at the map, is that a lot of these teams are centralizing up here. So they're going in and around San Martin, Hive with a 2-2 split, Exhale coming on that south side, PGG coming on that southwest. So everyone's really sort of getting as close as they can into that center, because I think the expectations are it might descend onto San Martin.
Which is always kind of a weird one, right? I always find this plateau.
Thank you. It's right in the town.
I thought it was Los Leones. But
that was that the same one we saw earlier? That one looks bigger. It is. Okay,
it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
I know where that is. Thank you, observers. I have learned something. Like I'm learning Redliner going head to head with Erlong out in that southeast corner, because they don't want to get to the center of the zone. They don't care about it. They just want some early points.
I mean, there's any team to go for. It's probably Everlong here. They haven't had the most amount of time over in the cups, and you know what? I was talking about this earlier. So Redline have really been giving it their all here. Yes, sometimes they aren't the most successful, but any opportunity they can get, they're going to go for it. And I think that's what makes Redline such an entertaining team to watch when they are playing. Really do respect the bravado from that squad.
There's a play. Redline getting caught here. Crouching down. Everlong getting the better of him at the moment. Redline might need to disengage. Ivis on the high ground. He has the opportunity to dip into Los Leones and maybe come back. But in order to do that, he has to keep pressure on. He cannot allow them to pick up the blue chips at the moment. Very story. Wrapping around. And the Saints getting ready to try and capture the escape. And Ivis keeping his boy alive. He needs to put more pressure. And Zico's there.
It's nice shots. Zico finding another, it's for Story, who's able to get himself around the side here to find a shot. Now Dino needs to be the next one to step up to the plate. Last player alive right now alongside with Ivis. Ooh, it's a tough one. Both teams under a hell of a lot of pressure here.
Confirm that. Nice play. And he can get his chip up as well if needs to. That's exactly why he's gone here. Grab the chip, get the confirmation, steal their chip, get the hell out of Dodge.
It's a totally fair thing to do, but response time coming through from Everlong very fast here. And yeah, Dino will just have to immediately retreat. Story's been hitting some nasty shots so far. Saint getting some good tags in. It's a slow roll up the hill, but again, there is some support from the back lines. Dino will go down for it. It's rough, man. It is rough.
It's ensured destruction, unfortunately, for both these teams. After a good start from Redline, Everlong have got everything to gain from it, right? They didn't have the best start to today, but getting these early points is going to put them on that leaderboard pretty quickly. They will have the opportunity now to go get those chips and get back to a recall center, back to a 4. So I look for that confirmation now on Zico. For Ivis, I feel like it is a full disengage. Head south, pray those chips are not captured, and Everlong don't second guess it.
Yeah, I really don't think Redline's going to get too much further into this game, sadly. It's going to be a hard one to progress in. Starting from No Slack. Again, the 4-way split here for No Slack, really trying to take up as much area as they possibly can. It's not super central, but if we do get a northwest shift, then they have very good opportunities to pick up some of the high ground around that area. I think things are absolutely fine for them. TMO just edging their way in on that north side right now. They're currently in the sandstorm, so they will have to get the sand out of the boots in between the toes before they can start tiptoeing down from that north side. They have a couple of teams in their way, Baldini being the first, and so on No Slack have spotted them.
I think I was looking at the map here, zoomed in. I don't think Everlong have picked up the chips of Redline. So Ivers has sort of hang around that location. Lucky enough for him, the zone comes back towards the southeast as well. So Minas Generalis is in, Cantera still remains in. So a lot of teams are going to have to migrate now from that west. I wouldn't have called that one. I would have got maybe a donut, maybe towards San Martin as well. So mass migration, but mass opportunities for Freeside. They're going for Graveyard at the moment, but they could look maybe to the east and go, do you know what? We could take some high ground.
Yeah, it's just a pretty hard shift on the circle here. Teams will have to move out the way as Marcel will find one over towards PGG, but it's Presenti. He's up to the block now, and Marcel might have been biting off a little bit more than he can chew versus this one player. The Morado dives on top of the grenade for him, but he will dive directly into the sidelines of PGG. I mean, Presenti knows instantaneously what the play is going to be and sets himself up so well. It is a joy to watch this man play.
And slowly give him the comms as well. You might be knocked, guys, but you're never down and out. I knew there was another one. El Diablo elsewhere. Yeah, I knew the early one. The other one yesterday was earlier was smaller. I didn't see the big Claris in the game, but we now found 2 people. How many more of these El Clarises there are?
Kalo Libre. It's the man himself. The Mad from X, Howl inside. Oh, still doing okay. No players down just yet, but they are getting circles slightly. It looks like Freeside will just pass by peacefully, get out of the way. TMO, though, are starting to rock downwards. This is a bit of an aggressive push from them. They're coming in from the north. They pass straight past No Slack. After they took a couple of shots over towards, and we'll see how TMO does make it in. This is a bit of a rough push. No compound in sight and directly past Viz here, who is their direct competition in the leaderboard.
I think they threaded the needle really well there. They knew if they took it earlier, they might get away with it, and they sort of go past. Now they're going to find a little home. Either it's not much we're not getting out of this area, going to go down. Good play. TMO down, but stolen from Storm and Request. Mika goes down, Mogul gets an auction, gets that confirmation, so they might have threaded the needle well past one, but straight into the loving arms of others.
Yeah, it's a bit too much to bear here. The G-Phase slowly rolling down the hill. Schengen up top here for Hives is a strong spot to play in. I mean, Ares, yeah, playing anchor, but it's a little bit too late on that one. I think he had to be a bit closer with the team. And it's such a slow roll over that hilltop. I mean, I didn't expect him to get popped as quickly as he did. But still, yeah, strong aim there from the players. Not so great driving.
Yeah. Yeah. Wide rotation here for No Slack. They were on that sort of west side and they're about to come in. They obviously take the wide arc around water treatment. They come in now on the other side in the east. They're going to come into sort of the edge of the crossroads, which is store in. That might give them a bit of a little bit of breathing room. As we are 6 seconds away, 5, 4, before we see what phase 3 looks like. And that breathing room for Scav gives them the opportunity to scout and scout. They need to because they've got to get moving one more time.
It was Minister Morales. Bit of staging here going on. I think Everlong actually have a nice position to play with up on this high ground. It's a bit uncertain whether you want to dip into Minas Generalis yet, though. I don't think I'd want to really lock myself in towards Minas just yet. You can't see it because of the sandstorm. But that top side on the high ground, you kind of want to go for the building on the stilts. But going there, you know you're going to be sticking around for a while. So I think a lot of teams aren't going to opt for Minas until maybe phase 4, phase 5, when it does confirm down that way. No, it's like finding some shots over towards 1PRX.
Interesting that teams haven't gone there, though. I'm with you on it. Like, you don't want to commit to an urban style ending unless you know 100%. But so many teams rotating on that sort of west, you've got to be looking left and right of you and going, where are all these cars coming from? Like, has everyone else committed to the same rotation path that we have? This found the recall center. They want to try and wait that one out. Storm and Request find that north side. That's not bad. I'd expect it to play out that way as well. So Flashbang losing one, but finding cover in the compound. Storm and Request started this one as 3. They hold down now as 2, but they find a kill.
All right. You can probably hit one. Maybe. I think the M4 spray from that distance was ambitious. Ambitious.
Did you see what he swapped to? from the M4
No.
pickup. He grabbed the mortar from the car.
Okay, yeah.
So he's like, yeah, I might not get that from the spray, but I can get him with this. Death from above. Launches forward and CP zeroed in. Storm request should be looking to the skies because Zeus's lightning bolt is coming their way. Does it hit? It hits the smoke, but it's not enough. But he used the car as some kind of deployable force.
Does get rid of the cover, and they're forced into one vehicle now. He wants to make the run out towards the side, so you have dealt with at least 2 pairs of wheels. PGG, Presentes, Villa is down. It's from that western side. They had to make this really tough approach. They actually run towards the hilltops, and they have just crashed over towards Exhal. So Exhal now on the receiving end. Presenti somehow pops an invincibility potion just before that nade goes off. I don't know how he lived there, but he does.
I love the confidence boost as well. He steps forward into it. Like, a lot of the time, fighting utility, go ahead on with it. Flores does find him. And there's a confirmation. So it's a 2 versus 1. Sloy on the other side. So there's a bit of space between him and the rest of the team as they are now backed up against the blue. Odin, like before, taken to the high ground, trying to find the angles in the elevation where he can. Now he should be able to joystick Flores into an attack. Bottom window.
Inside. Yeah, bottom window should do the trick. I mean, tags him.
It was not the top, it wasn't the bottom, but it done some damage.
Yeah, a bit of a womp right there.
He's not giving away his position though. I'll give him that. He's maybe now.
I think they've done it for him.
Oh wow, TMO 15th place. That rotation didn't really work out for them at all.
Yeah, I think they would have been fine with a slower approach on this as well, because they were rotating from a similar position to Noslack, and Noslack's happily taking up this northern side. I think TMO got a bit greedy with positioning, I would say. Flores outside. Sloy is currently doing the do-si-do with him. Almost takes him out. But yeah, a bit of cat and mouse gameplay over there for PGG, who do now finally fall. You know, your prediction of a no slack second chicken dinner is starting to feel more and more likely the further we get into this game.
They're in a good position. So normally, obviously, we'll bounce off this section and go towards them. It does have an opportunity to come down towards that south side, but most times than others, it will go. So for no slack, it's about not going too far, and they really have to stop any teams rotating around. So they've got to keep people at bay. They've got to try and find the kills they can, but they've got to hold their line.
How'd you pronounce that now? Ugh.
XDD.
I like that.
Smiley face.
I mean, XDD is fine. That's the one I'm kind of hesitant on. I can't quite roll my R's either, so it's worse.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
I got it.
Brilliant.
Quick, copy that. Send it back. Oh, no. Gets caught in the desert. Has to take to the ground. It's going to fall down. Grenades. Cooked. Never that long for them before they get into another fight. And goes the long way around to go into the building. Doesn't find. Now can hear the footsteps on the outside edge. Steps out himself. Grenade might be going in. He hears the flick. He charges forward though. And he doesn't get the shot somehow. He spins and the Saint puts him down.
I don't really know how he had the drop on him, right?
Well,
100%. Well, Saint looking for a little bit more. Saint XD versus XDD. Kasubi has to run around the side, but it's a nice shot.
Oh my god,
the
the Saint comes rolling in. Jeez Louise.
Trick.
Can he get there though and get the res? Does Starry Sky know who's there? It doesn't matter. Starry Sky, Tiska finds him. And with the disconnect up on the high ground, the team will fall.
Song request. Zissou is trying to make his way through, get himself to the edge of this high ground. A lot of teams stuck outside the zone on this one. Your Boars playing that tiny shack where He-Man did go down earlier on. So, you know, Timo got a little bit further with a few more players. Might be in a better one. Over Levy. To take a little bit of tick damage here from the blue zone grenade. This is Baldini putting the pressure on currently, but he's just going to tank it for the time being.
It's only one. If you're going to do that, you need that grenade to hit. More importantly, you'll take him out. But about the utility hitting first, you need double blue zone. You need to stack up that, and they don't have it. No slack now, looking to try and sweep their way in. Baldini on the back foot. Scav steps into the smoke. He steps out. I think he sees Starry Sky cresting out on this sort of east side.
Yeah, Starry Skies. Currently with a 2-2 split going. Pains is in a bit of a horrible spot over on the east. Going to struggle to get in, but it is No Slack who is consistently trying to barrage the front door from Baldini. I don't know how they're going to make their way in. Their vehicles are slowly getting peppered away.
Wow. Payne's picked up 2, sorry. Now Starry's got to give up their hold on that side. That's going to give No Slack the opportunity to push forward. And Payne's, though, finds the first 2 from Vis.
Starry Skies are a little bit
late.
Tunnel vision there.
Yeah.
MP5K goes a little bit crazy. Baldini able to be taken out by No Slack, which gives them a real free reign to move in here. As Viz... Do you know what's more funny to me is that Pains is this solo, but Viz does have an outpost on the northern side too.
I'm a little bit baffled as to why Starry Skies lost 2. The 2 were flush, and they still got in their car. They got tunnel vision, and they sent it to that location. Yes, they got the kill. Lucky enough for them, they now found some space. But if they thought that Viz had more numbers there, you kind of send yourself to secure death, a bit like that grenade from Mogul.
Yeah, good name from Mogot. Crushes the vehicle out of the way. On this smoke now in the way to keep him alive. Bang is really trying to set off a couple of bangs down towards that location. That's their last resort at this point in time. No Slack inside the blue right now, making a mad dash in towards this one. Still, 4 players, 7 kills on the match. It's looking very good for this squad today.
It's good. And arguably a bit of a pass with Starry Sky giving up the hold. No Slack up to work their way in. Vis a little bit below. Don't know if they know the grenade. Stratostone might find more than one with that. It goes through. Oh, it goes just past. And they charge underneath. They line up. Scav finds the first one. The second one comes in from IXE, but he's going to fall from a distance, but might be able to crawl in though. And it's going to be down to the final hold though. Habibi will find one. He finds the confirmation on the second. And for No Slack, it's 10 kills, but it might be lights out.
Yeah, I mean, Hive getting a bit of revenge there from earlier on. It's a hard push. It's a pixel peak on the US too. I think it's very, very hard to deal with. CL even taking some shots up that way. Kovalevi still alive though. Still kicking. Can get a higher placement on this game. CL though, with this compound over towards that northwest side, they've had a lot of freedom to play around with, but Boars have kept things fairly quiet. In fact, over towards the eastern side of the road, they know this position is going to net them at least the top 5, so why really try and do anything too outrageous at this point in the game?
Let's see what they can do. They've got a good compound hold. They've got the hard cover that remains. So CL, 3 sides, working in that southwest corner. 3 kills for them. And Storm Request, though, despite being down numbers, they find themselves at least in those placement points. 7th place for them, and the grey confirmation from Sorry will do the job.
Hive move over. They create themselves a bit of impromptu cover off the back of this one. Smoke goes down, and they have to. At this point in time, it's a bit of a Hail Mary play here for Hive, with 2 players that left an anchor in Mogo. Some good shots here from Sorry, am I crazy? Over towards Boars, who are vacating this building pretty haphazardly, trying to get out of the way from the fire and the flames.
Done.
And Tiska walks straight back into the oven.
He's cooking Tiska. He finds safety. The smoke will go out. Actually, that's a blue zone. That's going to confirm his own player. So, yeah, that was a thing.
What?
He then decides to crawl away from his own team's blue zone and then gives up the kill to Freeside. So, interesting. Don't know what I take from that.
3 blue zone grenades all in that one place. Rocks just go
close.
down to Mavis Nade.
Look how close they are.
Oh my god.
He had to click. Get out of here. He dropped the grenade as well. GG. Oh, he had the click, but he didn't know what it was, and he rolled the dice, and it was one and night done. Dante will get that confirmation. It does drive us into a top 4. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1, and CL have the hard cover, and they have the numbers.
That is some of the best parts of PUBG is definitely sound design. It has to be.
I love it.
Goes to pot there.
He had the click. He was like, ha ha ha, bah, 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 I got to kill. Oh, I forgot about the grenade.
It's not a smoke. Yeah, that is an explosive. Circle luck definitely for CL in this game. I mean, the fact that this shifts over towards the northwest side, I think it's an incredibly hard game to lose here now for CL. Free side with 3 players. They do have more of the central zone. At this point in time, CL needs to start taking space, but it's highly doubtful that they won't do that. Should be able to close out this game with a 4v3. Depends how much of a difficulty Vaza is going to be. We do have to say, though, you know, another game, another strong placing from Starry Skies.
Yep. I'll take it from Starry Skies. Maybe looking for a second place again. That's a good level of points, 12 out of the 2 games. But they have to take out one of the teams. Unfortunately, Vazu, he's going to be out on the outside edge. He's got a bit of a dart ahead of him. Lucky enough, he hasn't got any blue zones or friendly fire. Between now and an end game, as he is the sole player remaining.
He can always blue zone himself. That is a possibility. But you are right. It's a tough push. And now he's spotted. It's impossible. So, for Starry Skies, they get themselves 3rd place. Which is fantastic news for them. Everyone sees the 3 point and starts screaming mine.
He's got a step to his left if he's quick. He's got 2 smokes as well, so if he wants to stand the chance and work his way towards second, he does need to move to that next rock and play leapfrog. He has to deny the shots, or does he go for that further rock and try and roll the dice even more? And come in for that reposition. Smoke will start to come out. Time well with the smoke. There goes the first one. The pre-fire will come through. Now he can step out. It's going to take a little bit of a breather now. As Freeside getting involved, and the spray, well, does them a bit more of a favour. And it pushes down to 30 HP. Oh, CL take an opportunity now as they're distracted. They charge forward. They close out. They forgot about Starry Sky. Azu might come up right behind them now, but no. They positioned up. They defended well, and they're trying to clutch up both teams.
Yeah, he's crazy. I don't know why he's doing that, but... Oh, he's making another dash out. The shot's going towards him. Nice to the ground, but Starry Skies will be going out here. CL, though, surrounds Freeside. Maver will find Vazo. They do steal the point away from CL.
Good hold. So 4 versus 3. CL, they do collapse their way in. So right up on top of Freeside here as they are consolidated down. They have to try to punch a hole out this one. Grenade comes out. 52 will hold. He's going to try to hold the angle. They do punch a hole out of one side though. Maver's going to be there. The car is pretty much spent, but so is he. 2 versus 3. Rook will see the other. Now goes for the outside edge. Goes for the pedicure. Goes for the brief fire, but doesn't get the connection. He's back into safety, but back into the safe arms of CL.
I like that. I like that. It was a decent play from Freeside. They almost made it happen, but it's a rough one. It's a rough one to make work. For CL, they come away with that game with 10 kills total. And so 20 points on the cards here. And honestly, you know, that puts them ahead of a lot of teams towards the bottom of the lobby with just 1 match.
Yeah, it's good. Good. And you can remember they had the hard cover. I think, as you said, they had the area, they had the compound. But they didn't stay in there. They wanted to come out and try and take the fight to people, and they find the kills. That's a 20-point game. And for a team that's not on the leaderboard, really, actually and able to inject themselves up there pretty early is good, but also puts them in clutching distance to maybe take the golden ticket.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think for that kind of game, that compound there, if you're able to hold on to it, it just gives you so much space to play around with. It's hard to assault as well. With so many teams coming in from that eastern side, which is the only really safe approach. You're coming down just a barren hillside. So I think for that position on Miramar is very kind of unfun to play. No Slack do end their game with 12 points. Starry Sky actually able to grab 9 off the back of this one. Hive, although it looked pretty horrid, we're able to get 7 points.
It's not bad. Hive obviously working their way down. No Slack actually dug deep as well. I know eventually got controlled out. 12 kills from them is good. But I want to come back to your point, Starry Skull. Yeah, 9 points. But again, they're in the top 4s back-to-back games.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the leaderboard now, though. 35 points for No Slack. CL leveled up there with 25 points. Starry Sky at 22. So there is a race on right now. There is certainly a race. And I think for No Slack, if they don't do so hot in the next game, Starry Sky is able to put up the same kind of consistency. Maybe they could leapfrog ahead. For CL, I do feel like this is a flash in the pan, though, Mark.
Oh, flash in the pan. I like it. It's up to them to prove otherwise. No Slack, obviously, with a 10-point advantage now, but it's not going to be enough. We still have 3 games remaining. Interesting to see, obviously, Exile going for more kill points. They've been zoned out a little bit, and Freeside making the most out of that last one, which was not too bad. So, interesting to find them on 4th and 5th. The Myth-Off, placements. They are struggling. They seem to be kill heavy. They're not getting the game plan or the zones to find them in a late game.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good enough. You really do need to get those kill points on board if you want to send yourself towards the top side of the lobby at the moment. For a team like TMO, I think they can do better here. There's still chances, though. 3 more games on the day. It's possible. And again, what we'll always say is that for the Cup, it's hard. With only 5 matches a day, it's a real sprint to get towards those point standings. But I think that TMO has been looking better and better on Taego as well as Rondo, and they can finish out on Erangel, where they typically have a stronger performance anyway. Just got to hope that they don't run out of gas by then. But we're almost there. We're almost there, Mike. We're almost finished with the Cups.
Let's be honest, though.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet.
The next 2 games are going to be good. They're going to be a bit chaotic. Actually, no, chaotic's the wrong word. Chaos is going to be the last game. Now, the wildcard maps, Taego and Rondo, maybe we see that mid-pack in that leaderboard. Maybe catch up to a degree. Maybe someone can slow down, kind of No Slack. And I think about those TMOs. I hate to speak about them all the time, but TMO, Storm and Request, another team for me that looks like those wildcard maps that might take the opportunity. And then it comes down to that final game. We saw it last week. It was chaos. Carnage unfolded. I don't think we'll see that again, but we will see teams desperate, especially if they're in clawing distance, to try and take that golden ticket.
Yeah, you have to. You have to go for something there. And I think for Taego and Rondo, some of the pushes you have to make are a little bit harder to go for those insane plays. But our angle, certainly, we are going to see some big crashes. We're going to see some teams taking their chances on some of these compounds, which is absolutely fair considering that this is the final chance for some of these games. I'm just waiting for some of these players to get back into the lobby before we send into map 3 here. So this might be part 3 of the podcast. You never know.
No, we're fine. Storm and Request have fixed their technical issue as well, so they're back to a 4. They won't be playing as a 3 now. It happens sometimes. The players make do, and Storm and Request kind of salvaged a little bit of that last game, but for me, they didn't want to really be in that position. Going into a game where actually it's critical, off of a really good first game for them, going down to a 3, that could be catastrophic for the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really want to be going down towards a 3 when you're trying to put up more points. It forces you into this placement point play style. It's a weird thing to talk about because it doesn't happen often where you're forced to play on 3 players. But again, these things do happen. I'm glad that Storm Requests were able to salvage despite that, though, because a lot of times you get those 3-man games and you just get a 0-pointer. The fact that Storm Requests still look competitive on the leaderboard right now, it's a testament to the will of the squad. But it looks like we actually have all 16 teams locked and loaded.
With all their players as well, so departing the flight very shortly. Back to the pre-show, really. I want to talk about, obviously, the big teams that are missing. Construction Workers, who already got the golden ticket and had the points, but they've gone through. Team Nemesis, Joga Benito, all not here. And we did say whether this lobby might play slightly different. I feel so far after 2 games, it has played different. There's a lot of chaos in that kind of middle section, especially with these mass migrations that we're seeing. And we don't see as much point sponging as I'd have expected, especially with one of those 3 teams at least being in the lobby.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's makes sense considering the teams that aren't here. I think for No Slack, they're doing quite a good job to emulate the point sponge, but again, it's not quite as drastic as before. I still think that this can go any way right now. It depends how No Slack continues to play, because I do think that even on that last game, they didn't have the greatest of let's say directions to get in towards that circle. GPS wasn't working too well, but despite that, I think they had a fairly strong finish, able to get some good points on the cards there. But we'll see how long that can continue, because we know the construction workers can have all day winnings. Is that the case for some of our other teams here? Well, I think that's what we want to know at the start of the day. Do we have that strong team that can remain at the top of the lobby? We'll find out in a couple more games.
Well, let's have a look at that overall leaderboard though, as we wait for the final player just to join us, because it is important just to kind of recap a couple of points through the day. Is actually we're fighting for the cup leaderboard. So every week so far, you work your way through the scrims, you get yourself into the cup, and this is the final cup, because at the end of the cup we put all the points on the leaderboard, and it's going to be the top 1 to 19 teams, should I say, that'll be going through. But obviously with construction workers at the top there taking that golden ticket last week, they go straight through to the playoffs. Day number 1, you'd also look at the leaderboard and go, well, they were going anyway, Mark. Why are they worried about getting the golden ticket? Well, they did anyway, all right? So we're looking a little bit further down now. 2 to 20 is the key thing. So again, we'll cap at the end of the day, actually let you guys know where people are going to enter into the PEC qualifiers. But look at that game. Look at 21 place. CL already knocking on the doors to potentially work their way in.
Yeah, again, that one day, 25 points. They've got past quite a few of our teams towards the bottom of the lobby. Redline got to be worried now a little bit. They were only really fighting against very few teams towards the bottom here, including Everlong and Storm Request, but it's starting to look a little bit dangerous for Redline, and I think they know they need some more points. We'll see if they can grab them here in Tago. So waiting for that final player to enter the lobby. But yeah, again, it's tough. It's tough.
But that middle section, when we go back and look at the cutoff line, right, we've got a couple making production. I promise you I'm not in control. We just have an outstanding production team. CL obviously just about to knock on the doors to work their way in. Redline are here as well. But look what's ahead of them. 6-7. PBRU, they're on 28 and 34 points. They're going to potentially knock their way down anyway. So they will be watching the stream, and I'm sure they're in chat already, because they're praying, hoping that actually for them, if a CL win this, then they stay in. But if a Redline and CL get a good enough amount of points, and you'd expect them to potentially go above 28 points or maybe even to the 34 mark over the course of the next 3 games, then those teams, they didn't qualify this week, and therefore they won't be qualifying because they're dropped below the cutoff line.
In which case, everyone goes through that's playing today. Well, some of our teams up towards here, like you say, on 34, they will be dropping out. It's up to Redline, though. They do need to hit that margin. It is only 7 points that they need to actually push ahead. We've seen teams get less over 3 matches, but I'm hoping that's not the case here for Redline.
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. I think that's what we're talking about. I think that's the key thing, because there is an opportunity that actually these teams might go out. There's an opportunity these teams might go in. But it's all going to come down to how the teams in this lobby, the 16 that are going to be able to duke it out, because it is in their hands whether they're going to qualify or not. And for a team like CL, just on the outside, they're either going to go full, get the win and go straight through, or at least put themselves in that kind of phase 2, because I can't see them making it into phase 1, I suppose, of PEC playoffs.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of moving parts here for a lot of our squads. I think some teams will be just very happy to get into the PEC playoffs. Some teams, like you say, won't be too happy they're not making it into phase 1. I do think for TMO, they're a team that wants to get in towards phase 1 here. They don't have a massive amount of work to put in to get there, but they need to be consistent. I think going out with like 2 or 3 points is not good enough. I think they maybe pushed the boat out a little bit too far in that last match. Again, for them at this point in time, they don't have to be one of those teams that needs the golden ticket. They don't have to be chasing down that golden ticket. They just need to be getting 10 points per game, 9 points per game. That's more than enough.
Right, it's more than enough, and it's more than enough of us waffling on, at least without you guys seeing the bang bang shooty shooties, bang bangs, as they're playing here for game number 3. Our final week, though, and our final Tego is coming from north down towards a southeast. Again, pretty good flight path. I know it does sort of favour a little bit on that east, but not a bad. It does go close enough to that centre as possible.
I mean, this is a very nice play path. I don't think anyone's unhappy with this one. Gets you exactly where you need to go no matter what. I think most teams are going to be able to spread out across the map. Some teams may be favoured a little bit more than others here. Exhal going for something a little bit more dead central with Boz above them. Two teams that are very aggressive in a similar position. Bodes badly for both these squads. But we'll see if they duke it out or they just give each other a nice wide berth.
Hopefully a wide berth. You want to take the early fight, especially if you want qualification on the line. Here comes the zone. 1 more second to go. And where do we go? Only the zone knows. And it's up towards the north. Full commit towards the island. But don't be fooled. There's a little bit of water in that southeast corner. Also, Army Base and Godok, they like to attract the zones.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting area of the map. I don't particularly enjoy playing this area.
Oh, hell no.
Very tough. I mean, the rocks over towards the east side, sorry. This place can be littered with players and you wouldn't even know it. There's a huge amount of tree cover. So I expect a lot of third parties towards the end game. I mean, it's very, very possible in this spot. Depends if we head down towards Dock, honestly. If we get an urban finish, I think it's a little bit more manageable. But at least in phase 2, phase 3, it's going to be rough.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Sorry.
I've seen a couple of Godoks. I've seen some crazy plays actually in Godoks as well, from jumping from the roof, like parkour endings. But for now, I think Godok will hold on to the zone, which means we're going to see players work their way in. I love that Flashbang have already popped an emergency pickup as well, so they're looking to get across towards the other side as quickly as they can. I think big decisions, actually, thank you, observers, are coming in for a team like this, Starry Skies, because they have the option to potentially close the bridge, stop the rotation if they want to, but that is also potentially putting an impact onto their game, because if they hold here and the zone shifts again back towards the northeast, they've got a huge rotation. So decisions to be made from a team which are having a good day so far.
Yeah, for Starry Skies, question is whether they feel like they're up for getting first place today, right? They're currently on 22 points. They could grab themselves 5 or 6 kills over on this side of the map, which would be absolutely fine. And that would be, I would categorize that, and you get like a 3 or 4 point placing. That's a good game from them. But like you say, they lose maybe one player there. They're late to the next rotation. Suddenly, you're maybe losing out on 10 potential points if they play a little bit slower, which we know they're quite good towards an end game anyway. So it looks like Vazo's already rotating out towards that north side. So this may be less emphasis over towards that bridge.
It's really good to see so many teams already rotating. Like we're only 3 minutes 48 into the game, with flight path, etc., and teams know that this is a full send, a full commit, because there are so many choke points now trying to get across to the island as well. So split from XDD, they go across the double bridge. We are going to see PGG clash pass with them. BRDM already called in from Exile. That's going to give them more than the options of the bridges, as they can go aquatic and go across the water if they need to. But pretty much most of our teams are already on the migration.
I mean, I like Bang's rotation here. I mean, they just immediately were like, hey, we have a E pickup, let's just go. They know that like Wolsong is probably going to be uninhabited, so they can just pick that up if they want to. I wonder how early they're going to get out here, but you'd likely want to pick some of the cities or the urban areas, because I don't think they had very long to loot, honestly. As soon as they found that E pickup, they were like, we just got to go. So they do desperately need some loot first. So I think an outside edge is probably best for them.
You're right. That's what they're looking for. They're not going to be playing for the zone pop, are they? They're going to be playing for at least a car and at least some more cover, as they do find the end of their flight path coming up shortly. Most other teams, though, timing-wise has been good. They haven't clashed yet. Redline, like our first game and our second game, refused to go towards the zone, but they seem to find the same team every time. And they get the first knocks of revenge. Well, it's on a plate. Just serve cold.
But the question is, how tactical is this? Honestly, because for them, Everlong is a team they're directly competing with. and also would be in their playoff phase. So if you can get rid of them, and it seems to me that they're very similar spots a lot of times, it's not a terrible idea to keep them down. Just depends whether they win these fights, and last time they did not win that fight.
Now, the inner child says put their blue chip in your car and drive, and we'll let them come to you. And if they don't, destroy the car and away you go. But I'd try and tease them in. Oh, they just got rid of the chip, so why not? Just don't try and tease fate. Make sure they're only 3. But you're right, these two teams keep clashing. Now, I know they're drop spots. We've had 5 weeks of it, right? So they know where these teams are going to go. But these teams, and I'm gonna pick on Redline a little bit. I say Redline are the aggressor on towards Everlong. They're trying to get the 1-up every single time.
Which is fair enough. Honestly, it's fair enough. Considering the placements of both the squads, let's make it happen. In the meantime, though, Bang did drop in Wolsong. PGG made their way up here. Instant rotations from pretty much every single squad, but no bridge camps. No one opted for that one. Everyone's looking for more consistent points here. TMO far on that eastern side. They've got Micah behind as a bit of a anchor. 2-2 split going on right now. I managed to catch the buses going across the girders here. Good fun. 10 out of 10 landing. Would not see me doing that. I'd be spinning out.
Do a kickflip. Seen a few of them recently. All the buggy. It's always going for speed. So they will work their way across. Meow. You know you can go back the other way as well if you get the right angle. You can go from west to east as well. Oh, Everlong have made a bit of a roadblock for Redline on the south side, so they are praying that they might clash paths as they do work their way in. And obviously on that north side, a lot of these teams working their way in as well, so be careful. So Everlong, they are keeping track of where the cars, and they've stopped once. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and stop again.
Yeah, that's how quickly they can get there, because again, there's a lot of bridges the red line could choose to cross in, but they're keeping track of red line, right? So they might be able to pick the exact bridge they go for, keep them out. In the meantime, Baldini, Tabby up against X-Hal. This is a tough fight to go up against, but Sunflower immediately starts off stronger towards Flores. More nades pouring through, a huge amount of damage, and Sunflower can just pick up on the massive amount of explosion damage coming through from Cadle.
You do quite well when you're getting the grenades over the top and you're looking confident, and if the RDM comes over the top and you have to run back to your car to go get the Panzer. Good hold from them. Baldini with 0 points coming into this fight here, looking quite good. They got a 2 on the board now already. Third party coming in from Starry Skies as they take 1, but it sends X-How out in 16th place.
I mean, No Slack's also looking at this one. If you've seen a BRDM, you kind of want it a little bit. The early Panzerfaust to be carrying around as well. Came in clutch there. Make sure
it's a requirement now. They know straight away, gone straight back to his car. He's now picked up another Panzer. If it's something to take away, if you're someone that wants to come into kind of esports, utility is key, and that includes the Panzers. So if you are using cars, you've got to try and overload your car. Make sure you're not just picking up loot for yourself. Make sure you're not picking up loot for your mates as well. But actually, you've got to think mid to late game and putting those Panzers, mortars into cars. They will be critical from making you a good team to a great team.
I like that you kind of suggested that the car becomes like the 5th teammate.
100%.
You gotta get the car shluted too. No Slack though, I really like the way No Slack played that. I think it's a bit of a difference from before, how they used to play, which is a full-on aggression on the third party. But instead, no, they took a couple of pot shots, they got some value out of it, they got information on positioning and other teams, but they didn't full commit. It's a massive northwest shift on the circle here. A lot of water still in, and it's this grim area on the high ground that is available to all these squads. It's going to be third-party galore going in towards this end game.
Yeah, it doesn't even hold on to go dogs. It doesn't even tease people in. Everybody has to get shifted now. So Storm and Request going to collapse that 2-2 split. They've got, unfortunately for them, Hive descending towards their area. Or should I say ascending, because they are going up the high ground. CL, though, on the south side. Finds Everlong. sometimes it's not always the key thing to move first, but actually holding out and trying to catch some teams in rotation and rotating in last might benefit you later.
ZV from Stolen Request, taking some shots, some good ones as well, but it's a nade from Dante from the heavens. Somehow gets him. I don't know how the hell he hit that.
249 with a iron sight. Schengen there to punish. Hive. They are climbing. They are ascending. As Mogor takes the high ground away. Dante's grenade opened the door for him. Has to be cautious though. He now sees the bodies on the other side. But he also has an iron sight. And he gets punished for it.
They send over the top. It is just a tiny bit short. But instead bounces down towards 210. Rox finds a bit of a lucky one there, but he'll take it. Zisu will pick him up and try to walk back, but you're right. Potential of third party coming in shortly.
Good grenade. Oh my god. Schengen, a good grenade, saved by the car. Storm and Request, weathering the storm at the moment. Rox trying to find him, goes towards the high ground. He steps out of the game. Storm and Request, 15th place for them, and they've been brushed aside.
Howl also went down in all this chaos. Sorry, guys, still watching over towards No Slack. We'll find a shot over towards them. If No Slack goes down here, if Sorry, guys, it actually gets a lot easier towards challenging out for that first place position. Yes, they will be going down on a 0-point game, but a 2-point game is pretty good for Starry Skies if they can convert a little bit more points on this match. Well, No Slack are just going to duck out.
All eyes are on No Slack, right? They're outside the zone now. If they get denied, then yeah, CL, Starry Skies, a couple of points is not bad, right? But while they're still in it, they have to dig deep.
CL really feeling themselves after that last game. Shots over towards Mr. Shimada from Baldini. Baldini taking a hell of a lot of damage this game. Not looking great for their tournament lives, honestly.
No. Especially when it comes down to qualification. Discard rotates back around the other side. Understand there's a roadblock ahead of them. So they have to be cautious themselves. But again, I like this. I like this again, the Starry Skies play. Happy to go in, happy to go out. And look, it can dial up the aggression if needed. But for now, they need to rotate around.
Was playing pretty slow on this north side, but yeah, for Starry Skies, they can't really afford to just rush it over towards the center of the circle here. Hive currently control one of the most commanding positions at the moment, over on that high ground. Looks like it's not pulling off over towards Wolsong, which is where Bang started, by the way, with that E pickup. They've managed to find themselves a strong spot over toward the eastern side of it, looking to hold out a lot of those teams that are coming through the fields down towards that south side. PGG do get an outpost in Sloy on that south side. Looks like the rest of the team is going to slingshot over towards him.
That's actually going to open up for Starry Skies. They're going to get a recall chip back in. And they're going to have potential that you look at this main city and goes, you know what, it's worth a gamble because I might get away with some loot.
Hey, you know what? It's good for scouting as well, for Starry Skies. Figure out where these teams are playing. And drop in over towards XTDD. Yeah, it's a bit of a rough spot to be dropping into. We'll just go far to try and regroup the rest of his team and go dock.
That's going to be punishing. I suppose we see more than they do. And we also see TMO calmed it down in that north. I think they need a bit of a salvation game. No kills so far, but at least for them, they've still got 4 bodies up and a compound to play from. As the zone gives up the water, let's play back down towards the southeast. But TMO sitting in that northwest corner.
Okay. Therefore, despite this here, Pains over towards the open ground. They managed to make this swipe over towards the western side. They will have company in a little bit with CL also moving over towards this location. You got Justice holding on the coastal edge, making sure no one slips past them. It's a good decision. Still player from Baldini. Started to go dock here. Might be able to pick off one of the players from Starry Skies if they're not careful.
It's not the only one, KDL, though. Sunflower is a little bit further out towards the east and coming in towards kind of No Slack, who have found their way in on zone as well. So, other sides, though, on the south side, XDD hold the line, red line against them, and towards that sort of west is PGG. As you said, they did take that compound and they hold a level of fortification already. So, I think they've got their number. I think they know. For XDD, though, they're going to have potential multiple fights in their hands.
Absolutely. And those fights are going to be coming right now as Redline will send the charge in. They have a player still behind here. Early nade goes out, but it's nowhere close. Now Pets will just back off, but they do clear out some position here. Redline can gain some more standing, and I think potentially XDD give up a little bit too much space too early. A nice blue zone grenade will delay them. The circle comes down towards the southwest side, so pulls off from that high ground, which Hive's going to be pretty upset about, actually. Being able to control that spot for so long, now forced into that open area that sits on the southwest. You're rotating down the hill. No Slacks immediately on the rotate here. But one team that benefits the most out of this is Starry Skies. You're already in this position now, just need to wrap round.
Yeah, you got to think the teams in front of you might also wrap towards that west as well. No Slack wrap into zone and throw out the anchor, so they still remain. They don't go for a full 10 into the town. They go to an area they can control. This, find him, man. He's going to fall down. Habibi will take a couple more shots now as TMO have to send in towards the town, but they are also being followed by CL, who've come on the wide rotation for them. And both of them look to find the corner of the town.
Oh, it's just about missing those shots. Needs to find some damage coming through here. Ares is now down, and TMO is slowly falling apart here versus CL, who just chased them in towards Wolsong. Bang's having the greatest time on this game. You know, they had 2 drop spots. One of them was terrible. This next one was great. It really assisted them. Instant E pickup was such a good decision from them early on. It has paid dividends now, but for TMO, goodness me, looking great. They are able to find at least 1 kill off the back of this.
Should find another red line do go down. That grenade does roll. As red line refused to move, Starry Skies wanted to move, and they did clash. And they did clash like other teams. No Slack versus XTD.
What a horrible nade to look at as that comes your way. Banks off the tree and gets stuck in the mud at your feet. Grab finding Scav. A little bit more damage going through. Ares does get re-knocked there from free side. It is absolute pandemonium in Wolsong.
Pandemonium at the moment. No Slack lose Scav. Sata launches his way forward though. We'll be reading the kill feed that one has fallen. Everlong getting a fight with Boars though. No Slack with the spray on the other side. XDD looking to figure out if they can disengage from this or move. And IXE finds another. So that might be a give up from them and find some cover. And it is, again, all these teams fighting for the outside edge, but there's not that much to play when you're stuck in the mud like this.
Everlong getting gored by the balls at the moment. This is nightmarish. Spent all this time rapping through round towards this location, only to get ducked out like that is not a good feeling. Viz, though, have had some good control of this game. They have been maintaining a lot of presence on this northeast side. Now Hive's pretty much their next big target coming their way. You'd like to push them off this position.
Sat up. And IXE might use utility to push these teams off position. Runs in, tries to find some footsteps, some sound cues. Finds the huge damage though. Jumps for the second. Fortunately for him, Navets moves and he finds IXE with his own grenade, but he's down to ones with 15 HP. He has to be careful. Nova holds on the other side. And for Sata, he holds the line.
Kovalevi, it's a nade and it's perfectly placed. Luckily, the fortified shield will keep him safe, but not from the bullets that will rain up from high. IXE looking to be picked up here. They're kind of wondering where this last player is, and he's off to the edge. Some quick movements, but that is just too much to bear as Hive actually swing down from that south side. They've still left Mogor up towards the north here if they need to re-ramp that way.
I really like that, actually. I really do like that. That is Hive, like, pushing and trying to deny the leader of the lobby no more points. So, I like their aggressive stance. Yes, Mogul was at the top there trying to hold out. Houdini's down to their final player. Cadle's going to come behind Starry Skies here. He could underpin their game as he comes in sneaky, and he darts his way forward. Level 3 vest on his back. And he's been spotted though, and it's too late for him. Lights out though for Baldini.
Baldini's really struggled in this game. They have been kind of limping in towards this end game. Finally do go down there. Starry Skies though, I mean, still on 3 players, 6 points. Looks fantastic. A really nice day from them so far. Still got 2 games left to play. On Rondo as well as Erangel. I really do have some good hopes here for Starry Skies. Bit of a gift drop coming in the midst of Wall's song. Kind of teasing some of these players to come and take it.
Right on top of Hive. Freeside, sorry. Hive chasing down the individual body, not finding no slack. So they kind of stop and they have a little scout again. IXE goes to grounds. Vis in a good position. We already spoke about how they're trying to hold teams out. They go from that north now down towards the south. And IXE, he's gone to ground in the middle. It's not going to be long before he gets found. Here comes the initial barrage. Here comes one. It's going to bounce. It's going to be Rox finds him. And if it wasn't for Rox, it would have been the grenades.
When Rox takes down IXE, I mean, again, for no slack, they are out now, so points denied from the top side of the lobby, which is nice to see. Starry Skies up to 7 kills now. Balls just about gets in, but Hicks instantly taken down there by the FAMAS. What a nice little headshot. Just weave through the building. Marchell final play here. And work their way through. Bang, still, again, easiest game of their lifetime. It has been very, very fun for them. Circle moves over towards the eastern side, and all his teams have played in Wall's song. Now suddenly have to figure out a way to get out. Wrapping down towards that south side is probably your best bet to try and get towards the ridge, but even then, that's held by Starry Skies, who've actually set themselves up very well to deny a lot of these teams coming in from Wall's song.
Yeah, if they can deny that wrap in that southwest corner, they'll be okay. They have to then think about how they get in as well. So if they sweep in after these, I suppose after these teams, so they herd them into the northwest corner, it might work out. We saw it work on game number 1 for Starry Skies. They've just got to repeat the same thing. But it is this game that is their opportunity to take on the lead.
I mean, if they get the chicken dinner, they're ahead. I mean, 30 points right now. 10 points chicken dinner will put them in 40. That's what they're looking for. Down to just about getting placement points on board, so I think they might need 1 more point to set themselves ahead here, Mark. But yeah, I mean, herding those teams over towards that northwest side. Eventually, PGG is going to have to handle Hive, at which point Starry Skies could move on towards that position. More likely that they'll try and push Viz out from this ditch that they found themselves in. I don't really know they're there because they're completely covered off by this ridge side. But we'll see how this plays out. Viz is going to have a standout hold versus Starry Skies, who have sent across with Silas. Up towards the hard cover on the rock here.
I think this is all about holding the town out for Starry Skies. I'm with you. I don't think they know Viz is there at the moment. So it's going to be a time sort of spent. They have to try and deal the damage. Sloy knows he needs to try and take the fight here. PGG can't get stuck in that compound. They are sending the barrage of mortar fire out, but it's not connecting yet. Rox finds one, Sloy finds Mogul, so it's a bit tit for tat.
Back and forth. Balls young down Marchell. So yeah, Starry Skies find at least 1 off the back of that. Bang also finding mindset from Freeside. Continuing to find a little bit of pressure. 1 PRX did swing out towards the north here to try and catch off these team. Hive up to 9 kills on this game. Looks like a really strong one for them so far, and they have been maintaining a lot of space. They don't quite have Mogor anymore. He was holding on that north side. Did finally go down off the back of that. But Starry Skies still inching their way in.
I like that position. I really do. The gift that keeps on giving. Vis now find themselves with level 3 armor. They do find the line of sight if they can get there. Freeside, on the other hand, finds a flashbang. Recup will go down. Maybach will confirm, knowing that he needs to get his loot before he gets running, but it's not running for much longer. 1 PRX will find it, and Freeside, not with the free rotation they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I like the little flex outs coming through from Flashbang here. One PRX swinging a little bit wider. Vaso now with the nades. Double nades, in fact, down towards them. That one looks fairly on time. One just blows a little bit too early. The second one should be good, though.
Yeah, the timing the bounce really well. CL looking to get back. They got the shorter side of the zone. Zone does bounce towards that top. So Flashbang now hold cover. They hold the only hard cover that remains. Everyone else has to rotate their way in. So we're going to see Starry Sky potentially sandwiched now. They've got Vis behind them. They've got a CL in front of them. And they have to weigh up which fight's going to be more important.
It's a very hard game now for Starry Skies. Viz now has eyes on. The Pains goes down to start off with. And another nade over towards CL here. Starry Skies are holding 2 battles off very, very nicely. Vehicles now getting mounted up in. They're just going to go for a mad dash here, actually. Down towards CL. Try and hold them out. Push over towards the guys in Flashbang. This is wild from Starry Skies.
This is a wild play, but I suppose the terrain allows the player for a little bit. This need pressure applied to them. Smokes will now come out. Now CL going to try and move their way around. Deployable covering the Doritos will go just in front. Here is Tiska. Will burn everything he's got to keep the team in this one. PGG, and they're going to take the distraction here with this where they can. They're going to try and get points. More importantly, Zubila is down, so they have to be careful. They need to get the res on before Hive swing their way around as well.
PGG. Towards Hive now.
Grenade.
Over the top. Ooh. It's a tickle. That's about it. Azo goes down from Starry Skies. Now pushing over towards Bang here. Felt like a little bit of a crazy play from Starry Skies, but they are living a lot longer than these other teams on the outside edge. Blue Zone goes down. PGG sort of locked in place here with Viz now. Static stands up. Looks to send some pressure their way. Will find Presenti, and just like that, Hive will finish off the job. See themselves up to 11 kills on the game. Big pass here from Siska.
Tiska finds 2. He turns. He knows the damage is coming. He knows he potentially is not going to get this res. Whoa, careful. Car comes down. And they go for a top 4.
Got it.
I don't know. He goes out eventually, but I feel like he came over that ridge expecting to see Flashbang pushing. Then he turns back around and Flashbang came a couple of seconds later.
So overall, strong game from Starry Skies once again, but Hive is putting the pressure on. 11 kills on the match. It's going to be hard to finish this game out, though, versus Flashbang, as Stratos will be the final player to fall there to the blue zone. Flashbang looks to start to roll out, push around, maintain as much presence as possible. They are playing uphill. Luckily for Hive, this zone does push a little bit further down towards the south here, away from that hard cover on that north side.
Got a bit of room. Flashbang got the additional number. They have to try and make it work. Hive, I think, just tagged that rock as an opportunity maybe to go to, or at least try and hold out. I can see 12 kills. Outstanding game for Hive. See if they can close this one out.
Yeah, problems utility right now. Only 3 grenades for the squad. A couple of blue zones to work with, but they just don't have the presence or the space to work with right now. They know they kind of want to go for a little bit more of a lineup because Flashbang otherwise is going to overwhelm them with that. Vehicle's still in play for them, pulling them out from the barns here. As they start to extend themselves outwards, emergency cover towards the center. Just going to go for a flat 3-on-4 here. Not bothering to send out any outposts, any off angles. Okay.
I like the bridge they've got. The observer showing us really well. Actually have a defensive line they can play. It is phase number 8. Normally it will slow down, but Hive, I think, looking to swarm. I know they're going to be trying getting that res back on. Blue zone does go in. They share out more util. I think Hive want to push forward still.
Yeah, they need to get a little bit more presence. I mean, the M79 is starting to be used now to get some more smokes towards that front line so they can start to push out. It looks like they're going to wrap round on this western side. They know there's at least 2 players going for that res right now, so they can try and put some pressure over towards one of the players in Sub-Zero. It's a really nice play from Hive here, but cover from the emergency foundations is really, really good for him.
He's going to hold. He's done his job. Now he needs to try and get the knock, spraying towards the smoke, gets the damage, but doesn't get the connection. Sub-Zero will disappear into a sea of smoke. That's going to give him the opportunity also to move if he needs to. Revenge closing. Flash goes on the other side, hoping, praying that one of them might run out on the other side, and the grenades come through, but no connection just yet.
Final zone now. Going to start to pull in everybody. Flashbang goes out. It's decent. Schengen's able to find one. It's a really good hold coming through from Hive. One PRX takes a hell of a lot of damage. We'll have to invest a first aid kit on that side. This is very, very smart. The initial knock and then just opting to immediately go around on the edge. Dante finding Sub-Zero. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Hive doing the impossible in this late game on Tego.
A huge game for them. 13 kills and store stacking. Bolty comes through, swaps over. Spray is good. Doesn't get the connection. The shield, well, it's going to be exploded, and the grenade goes past. Catches one. PRX and Hive in reverse gear. Look to claim the final blow, and they do. Hive, a whopping 16 kills, 26 points. My, oh my. Hive enter into the lobby.
Yeah, from the middle of the pack there, right towards the top of the back of that game. What a fantastic match from Hive. From controlling that high ground over on the rocks to then setting down this way. I think that decision making as well. They get that knock over towards one of the players in a 3v3 at that point. They know one player has to push across to get the res. So then they wrap over towards the west side to try and deal with Sub-Zero. And I think the problem for Bang is that they just couldn't quite deal with the amount of pressure that Hive was pushing out. It took both teams a little bit of time to start taking space, but I think that honestly for Bang, they had a lot more time to do it. And by the time they opted to start getting in the vehicle, start pushing up, Hive had already formulated a really strong game plan.
I think that's what the big thing was for me, is that Hive, I think, came into that late game expecting that Flashbang have already moved out, and I think that's why they kind of put a stall on their approach. When they looked at the rock, and it was like, there's no one there, there's no one here, let's push the cast forward and see how much of this zone we can take off. They took off a massive chunk of it. Now they find themselves 26 points.
Yeah, it's a really good game. Again, those Starry Skies come away with that match with 15 points total, 11 kills on that game. They are really putting in the work today. Flashbang able to get themselves 11 points off the earliest E pickup we've seen in quite some time here. And Viz is, I think the important thing here is Viz gets 10 points. And as that 7th place on the leaderboard, that's really good for them to kind of keep some of these teams at bay. Remember, they're fighting out for that phase 1 playoffs, and teams are catching them up now.
Look at that. We've got 4 teams now in that 30-point bracket. Don't forget, it is best of 5 each day, so you don't really have the opportunity to have a game drop. You've got to keep pedal to the metal. And I'm surprised. I want to talk about this right-hand side of the leaderboard first. And for me, PGG expected to be higher up, same as Storm and Request. Now, I know they're not that far away, and one good game before we go into that final chaos that is going to be the final match number 5. I would have expected to see Storm and Request, and especially PGG on the left side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think PGG is just faltering at the moment. I think Presenti has been putting in a lot of work over these past 5 weeks. But again, I think they are also getting a little bit unlucky with some of these circles. Some of the rotations have felt nice, and they've been just wandering into roadblocks versus 1 or 2 teams, which is unfortunate. Every time we see them fight as well, it hasn't looked terrible. But yeah, I think that they are faltering a little bit here. With only 2 games left to play, it's going to be hard for PGG. I think it's very, very difficult, in fact, for PGG to find themselves a first place here and get that wildcard spot. But for No Slag, where it looked very definite towards the start of the day, is starting to look a lot less concrete now, with Hive on 36, Starry Skies on 37, only 2 points behind that leader. CL also still doing fairly well, 31 points here, but yeah, this is one of the most equalized lobbies we've seen in quite a while, Mark, with Construction Workers, Jogo Bonito, as well as Team Nemesis out of the pack.
This is the thing, we spoke about it. The sponging at the top is not really the case at the moment. No Slack, I think, had the opportunity, as you alluded to, that they could have run away with the lobby, but they haven't. Starry Skies have put a twinkle in my eyes, and up in 37 points, that they're in clutching distance to try and take it away. And you've got to think, for them, CL, I'm gonna inject Freeside and Exile if they can have a good couple of games, especially these last 2. If they can just literally do a sprint, the 100-meter sprint now towards the final. If they can do that, and especially for a Starry Sky, that's the difference for them going at different stages. And if Starry Sky can enter in at phase number 1, it stands them a better stead, because you have to remember the next stage, we're going to be introducing the partner teams.
And they're going to be tough. They're going to be real hard competition for some of these squads. Again, it's just a lot of construction workers and a lot of team nemesis all at once. So I think for some of these squads, they want to get themselves into an easier position for playoffs. They don't want to mess around here. But again, only 2 more matches until the weekly cups are done. But now at least. Yep. We'll be back later on in the year.
Yeah, we've got 2 sets of these, and we are coming to the end of the first one. I know I like putting you on the spot, and I love asking for predictions, because it means nothing in the grand scheme of things, but it's good to get your line of thought blank. Those top teams that we have at the moment, do you think No Slack can kind of hold on to it, or do you think we are going to see a likes of Starry Skies, or maybe even a Hive with a huge win there, go into the penultimate game and take advantage that we're moving into Rondo?
Well, I think that Hive can... I mean, you mentioned it right at the start of the day, and I give you credit for it. I mean, Hive was a team that sort of went over my head a little bit, but the more I think about it, I think Hive could definitely take a first place here. I think it's very equal. I think it's very equal across the board. I think that all these teams are a little bit spiky in terms of their performance. I think Hive is probably one of the more consistent teams out of that, packed towards the top side. Starry Skies is very inconsistent in the past. Right now, this is just a last-ditch sprint for them. I don't know what they've done. They've strapped some rockets to their boots today, but they look good. They do look good. But for Hive, when we look back on all the really big, cool moments, Hive has been part of a lot of them. So we'll wait and see. I was a little bit disappointed not to see Hive earlier on in the day doing this. But it feels like it's taken a little bit while to get their footing. That last game, though, I think it was very well played. I think from start to finish, incredible game from Hive. That's not an easy one. That's not one where all the stars aligned for them either. They were able to just get some strong performances coming out there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you now. Hive didn't have an easy path in. They had to fight for it. You got to remember, they ascended the way, they climbed the mountain to try and take it away, and you got to give it to them. They are working their way through. As I said, we're about to kick off that penultimate game now with Rondo on the cards, and I naturally go back to the kind of Hive, because I suppose we have more raw data that we can look at and go, actually, Hive have been good on wildcard maps. Hive can play these to a level of aggressive if they have to, and without those, I suppose, those major teams that we've seen come through the cups, you'd look at a Hive. I do feel those Starry Skies, for me, they've had disruption. Obviously, they lost Cappy, and Cappy was a sub for them, and went to go play for Team Yo. And you worry about them coming in, because you're like, okay, well, they've lost a major part of their team because Cappy is a big player. But actually, they're proving me wrong, because they are delivering points. The team maybe has this level of synergy that they've gone away and worked on. And it's a wild card, but I'd love to see them capitalize on points here and actually put themselves in the driving seat going into the last game to maybe take that golden ticket straight through to the playoffs.
Yeah. So that yawn was a nervous yawn. You know, I'm nervous for these teams.
That's me waffling, mate.
No, I'm nervous for these squads. That's all, guys. But yeah, we're very shortly getting towards the next match, and I think you're speaking about Starry Skies. Yeah, it's been a rough one. I mean, losing Cappy, really good player is Cappy as well. There's absolutely a reason why he did get picked up, but to lose him and then come out swinging here, I think is pretty phenomenal. And I think if you can't be watching this one, you're sort of like, damn. But either way, I think Starry Skies certainly deserve it here. They absolutely do deserve it. So far, really well played. At the very least, they'll be making themselves into the playoff phase. Maybe not in the phase they might quite like, but there's still time to rectify that by getting themselves a first place on the day. But there is a lot of teams hunting for that. Hive don't really need it, honestly. But No Slack, they don't really need it either. For Starry Skies, this is the squad that it matters most for. But again, it's a couple more games, in fact, more games. And can they make it happen? That's the question on everybody's lips.
Well, we are about to kick things off. The players have been checked. The bags have been loaded. We are about to start our penultimate game. But one more last team before we talk and we move into it. It's going to be TMO for me. TMO, again, a team which would like a rondo. And again, with only 2 maps left, they have to throw everything at this one. I'm worried that they are a result of their own choices. They have chosen to change their teams up for whatever reason, whether it's not settled, whether it's a style of play, whether people couldn't get to the days. I get that. But because of that, they put themselves in this position now where it looks unsettled. And from such a good idea of justice, it worries me.
The last minute roster switches, man, and PUBG, they go hand in hand. But at the same time, I do think it's catastrophic doing it on the last week. I think it's always going to be rough. Unless, like, this week you figured out the secret sauce to winning the game. I think sometimes you're just got to keep things the same. Even if it's not working ideally, the synergy's there. Right. And quite a few times, synergy is the biggest thing in PUBG. Building that back up again takes weeks upon weeks. That's why some of the best teams in PUBG right now are teams that have been together for the longest time. I mean, Twisted Minds, they've just kept working it and consistently been at the top of the leaderboard for most tournaments. So, yeah, I think... getting a roster switch this late into the tournament is difficult. It's difficult.
It is difficult, but it is our penultimate game here. Match number 4 or 5. Yes, people, the penultimate game is a north and down to the south through Test Track, through Nino's Factory, and all up for grabs for these teams if they can secure the spot, though, in this game.
Yeah, dropping down towards the south side here. Again, for TMO, I think they love a rondo. I think they like a rondo. I don't think they're a huge... I don't think this is a map that they dislike. I think we've seen some good games from them here on Rondo. So TMO, this might be the time. In fact, not this might be the time. This has to be the time for them to start building back up those points again. Because they do not have a lot of time left.
Well, time is a ticking. And we are about 8 seconds away to find out where the zone is going to go. We've had a lot of these kind of into the north to northeast. For now, we go for the south to southeast. Today, the city is in. Lots of water will remain. But actually, for Team Boars, they find themselves in a central compound, the same as Flash. And lucky enough for them, No Slack is not too far away.
Yeah, for No Slack, this is a good position to be in for Starry Skies. They're around the edge on that northeast side, so they can easily make their way in. But yeah, a lot of water. You might think to yourself, hey man, it's just a little river, going through out into the delta or whatever the hell it's called. I didn't really pass geography all that well, as expected here. But for Rondo, this is quite a lot of water. With the amount of high ground over on the east and west side, it's a difficult decision to make of where you really want to play. Again, coming back to some of our bigger teams in the lobby, take a look at Hive. Currently started all the way on the northwest. They've got a ways to go here to get down towards this circle, which we've seen a lot of times throughout the cups. And I'll never get bored of seeing this shot as we start to fly on through. On board with PGG here, down towards Tinlong Gardens. Need a better game. Desperately need a better game here. Currently on 12th place with 11 points. Mark was pointing out that, these guys, they've got a huge amount of potential. But right now, it is not being realized at all. For the time being, we want to see some teams securing that high ground early on at least. But for Rondo, you can wait a little bit before you want to make your way in. A lot of roads, a lot of cut-off sightlines you can pass through quite easily. So it's less of a deal to get into the circle as fast as possible. Unlike a map like Miramar, where sometimes you get circles that are just diabolical and you got to get there straight away on the phase 2.
Yeah, I do like this. So it's a bit of a mix-up for some of these teams because, we see so many kind of in Test Tracks, in Linux Factory, and I think a lot of these teams will look at this zone and go, it might play back this way. And obviously, if it does play back this way, then we'll be ready to move. But with such, I suppose, an amount of that Jedi in the city being in on that south side, we look at these teams on the south. So the PGG, as you mentioned, the Boars that sit in the centre. And actually, it could be their game to try and take. PDG, I'm going to use the word disappointed. I know it's not the greatest word, but it's a bit like Ivis is driving. But a team that I would have put up in the top, I think they would have been a contenders maybe for a no slacker. They would have been a contender. But coming into this one with only 11 points, well, you have to look at it and go, it's not great. It's not a great start, but they're already in that leaderboard. The question is for them is how many more points can they take off other teams? And if they do we see, especially after that kind of last game, when we go back and look at the cup leaderboard and go, oh, yes, PBRU have made it through, or they're going to be on that kind of cut-off line, around that sort of 34 points. And I suppose when one falls, we've got so many teams in and around the same area, more and more might fall. No slack migrating slowly, though, on that west side. They have other teams now sort of migrating around by them. And we actually have, it's worth noting, especially when looking at the map feed, there are a lot of teams going for the outside edge. No slack find themselves in without a glider. Storm and Request find themselves now in the northwest corner. They're looking for the gliders. The same for TMO. They're coming around the outside edge. They're looking for the gliders. The same for CL. They're looking to get eyes in the skies. Because if you can get eyes in the skies, especially with a migration, if we see it play across towards that east, if we see water being held on, at least you can get a visualization on the other side. It would have been about there. Oh, didn't want it. Didn't want it. Oh, he's looking for a gas can. He's looking for a gas can. He's not got the whole picture just yet.
Yeah, need to fuel that bad boy up first before he can start flying around in it.
He's looking for it though.
Look for all the usual spots. I always find that, you know, when you're looking for something, you never find it.
Yeah, 100%.
It's kind of a frustrating one. And when it's the thing you don't want, you find 3 gas cans all set up in the same room, and they explode them all out of vengeance for the loot look.
I always find it, and this is a typical me thing. I do the same thing as T1 I go to the next compound, have a loot round, unable to find it, and then I think, let me just go back the other way, and I go past the one little shack or the one bit of a compound that's right by the glider, and a gas can was there the whole bloody time. But I've spent 20 minutes, and it's time critical now, right? He's leaving the distance so much now between him and the rest of the team. Even if he finds a gas can, how far away, or if his team run into another team, look at that distance there. How critical is it for him? It looks like he's going back north. It looks like he might have found a gas can. But even at distance, that's a huge gap.
But rotating back things down towards the actual circle itself, I mean, Sata just took a knock there for no slack. That's a really big deal. They're in the thick of it right now. They're likely not leaving this position. So I would say at this point in time, no slack is technically on a 3-man for the rest of the game now. Not likely they'll get their player back up. Not likely they'll get the blue chip back either, with the way the red line is pilfering that loot crate.
Just put it in the car.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I can't see it. I can see it being 3 and done for them. And for the guys at red line, again, we've seen glimmers of hope for them. Currently sitting on 9 points. Is he going to go to the gas station and blow up? I'd be interested as he goes towards Dan Chin. It's not a bad play from them. And an early kill, you'll take it all day.
Yeah, you'll take one. I mean, for red line, they don't need a huge amount of points. They just need to stay a little bit ahead. Yeah, might need a mechanic after this, the amount of times he's popped the bumper against that pillar.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Nothing in the trunks, and no blue ship might be on him, or he might have left it behind. I suppose they've left people in the compound, so there's no need for them to aggress. And I think you're right, no slack are not going to aggress out, are they? They're going to stay tight in the compound they have, so we'll wait and see. 2-0 still doesn't look like he's airborne. I think he's still going compound to compound. I might be wrong, he might have found something, but for him and CL, both of them have one player really far away from them, both of them looking for gliders.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sunk cost fallacy right now. So it's going to take a while to find one, but how useful it's going to be. I mean, we're still not in phase 2 just yet, so it's not terrible for the teams.
I think CL's got one. Actually, no, they haven't. He just knocked himself. How?
Maybe he shot the gas can. You never know.
Out in the northwest corner, he's knocked himself. He's taken a tumble. And now the team has to go all the way back. Oh, he's on a bike.
Oh.
He did a backflip. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. I should have never pointed that out.
Look at him.
And now he's
hiding his head in the sand.
yeah. The rest of the team got so far. They're in Grenada City. They got a long distance to get to him. I think there's a call that you're not getting to him. Just go get the chip and maybe go May Ran and recall him back in, or come down to Grenada City and maybe move your team in there and secure that spot. Because that's not what you want to be happening, especially with the rest of his team going, you was meant to be looking for a glider. Why it took you so long?
It's the way it goes, man. You can never be on a bike unless you have at least 2 teammates with you. Because you never know when you're going to go for a front flip or a double front flip. Or, if you're really lucky, triple front flip. I think for CL right now, going to pick him up again. That has wasted a lot of time for the squad. But it's most likely just grabbing the blue chip right now. And like you say, picking up Mayran. We do get a hard shift over towards the northwest here. And X-Howl is laughing about this one. Directly on top of them. Nice position to play. A lot of teams will be immediately moving. But the worst thing of it all is for CL. They could have easily moved out over this way much quicker across the bridge. But now they've had to... They've ruined a lot of their time here because of it. No Slack, though, going down to Redline, who have kept tabs on the entire time.
And more importantly, Flashbang stole one of them away. So for Redline, this is a terrible game. Scav, final player for them. M249 jumps out the window. He gets the spray, gets the knock though, but he has to dig deep and deep again. He does. He finds a second. Oh, but he turns his back and Dino put the Dino limits to him and he run out. Redline, hold on. And for no Slack, they're going to go into the final game, potentially not being on top.
But for them, again, it doesn't matter too much. They're still in that phase 1 for the playoffs with the amount of points to be able to put up throughout the entirety of the cups. But this now opens a real big gateway for Starry Skies. 37 points. They need a couple more good games here. If they can profit off this match, get themselves 10 points, 15 points ahead of No Slack, put themselves in a really good position for that next game, it might be just a case that No Slack goes down early on the next Erangel, and that's it. They've done it. So this game is very important to them now. They should be tracking the kill feed, knowing that No Slack's out, and potentially play a very different game. They don't need to get themselves a really high placing. They just need 10 points or so, and that will be good enough to set themselves up for success in the next.
It's going to come down to the wire. It is going to come down to the wire. You're right. It's going to come down to what they can close out this game. So maybe a bit more caution to the wind. But not so much caution to the wind as a team like Baldini. They need some big points here. But for this, again, mid-pack. Jumps out. Scores the points for Flowery. Static, though, hunted down. And Baldini will get the point and regroup with their pack.
On request on this west side. It's not been amazing so far, 12 points, but we've got a lot of freedom to play on the western side of the map right now, especially with the circle shifting over towards the west. Most teams had already rotated far over towards the eastern side, so they have plenty of room to work with going forward, as does Freeside. Hive down towards Danqing, just on the outskirts of it. I think that's a good position to play, all things considered. We do get an urban finish, or we come down that way. That is a lovely spot to play where it gives you that access to open air, open fields, just in case things get a little bit dicey and we move back out over towards open ground.
It's hard. It's hard. I do worry for those guys. They're in a position they can take it. Does it potentially put a big pause to it? And they need to put pedal to the metal. Mythos put pedal to the metal, take the compound away from Flashbang here. 2 kills found for them. They're going to try and just pop some smokes and hide the cars to make sure they're in a position that they can play a late game. Shit, it comes for a huge shift. Wow. So if we go, Danqing is a hot drop off the plane path and looks like it might be a hot drop for the end.
Yeah, it's just going absolutely crazy right now. We had a hard shift over towards that northwest side. Now we're hard shifting down towards the south. TMO quite happy with this one. They are very similar point scoring to Viz right now, so they haven't really moved that much on the leaderboards so far. But for TMO, They still have 2 chances. We've said this before. This looks like a much better game already. They look to be in control of this position. They just need a couple strong ones. And it does sometimes come down to the wire, like you say. Just because you don't perform at the start of the day doesn't mean it's any different from getting those big points at the end of the day. Just a little bit more stressful.
And it's going to be down to stress. And who can manage that stress? Exhal. To Danshin, the same as Veer. Storm and Requesto enter into the fight. Free side turn. They look to try and take the fight head to head, but Storm and Request, they've got a better position. 1, 2, 3. Not the fight on the escape, but it's not going to get far. Free side drive-by comes to an end in 15th place.
Vazivi just lines him up and knocks him down, man. Storm Request doing some real heavy lifting on this side of the map. Like you said, they had a ton of room to work with. Freeside tried to play up towards their position from the north and got absolutely shut down. But it's Starry Skies to now take up that position. They wrapped far over towards this western side. I think that's a smart move. Like we said earlier on, most teams move far over towards the east. So Starry Skies look for much more open ground. And they spot over towards Storm on Request here. Siler's already taking shots, so they've exposed their position already.
What's really interesting for me is 210 arrived just that fight was coming to an end. It looked like he didn't find the collider, so he had a long old drive to catch up with the guys. Storm and Request hit a good spot, but they haven't got eyes in the sky. Not this time anyway. Other side of the zone, though, Starry Skies go all the way around towards that west. On the other side of things, though, CL find themselves with that blue chip and coming into that southeast corner. PGG neighbouring, but same as Boars, they will take some of the hard cover. I do feel like this might be a calm before the storm. A lot of the teams will find position now with 14 remaining. But it's going to come down to this next zone shift. Who's in the right position? And I think that's why we're seeing some of the teams that are down numbers go more centralised, praying that they might get a better roll of the dice.
Okay, this is big from Starry Skies. They can pick off one player here from Hive. They do have a 2-2 split going on here, so they could easily take out this position. I don't think they expect Starry Skies from the west here. They've already cleared this spot beforehand. They're not looking this way. Mogor, though, might spot the vehicles, and he is now on full alert.
I think he's seen the cars. I think you're right. I think he's spotted it. They could overload this, though. I think that's the call. They're looking to overload now. The zone shift goes to Danshin. Why not take this compound well? Hive know the danger is coming. They exit as quick as Starry Skies arrive. I like that level of aggression and very, very smart play, as you say, from Hive.
No point to take the fight. Good scouting from Mogor, though. God damn. Instantly out of position. But that would have been incredibly good. A little bit of a slow approach. I think that they didn't have enough time to scout that and see it was only 2 players. Otherwise, they would have instantly taken shots over towards Mogor and then sent over. Just a little bit of lack of information, especially coming all the way from that eastern side of the map. Redline, though, do parachute in. So the spot. Marchell tries to take some shots over towards Redline. Is hitting a couple of them. But yeah, for Starry Skies now, they don't have a really viable approach inwards. If they got a couple of kills there, they could have maybe overloaded again over towards the rest of the players from Hive and Danqing. But now they're stuck on the outside edge. But how do you make this push?
Yeah, where do you push in as well? Danshin's still holding. It's not quite the centre, but it is going to be centre of attention for a lot of these teams. Flashbang will launch a flashbang attack as they do come in. Everlong on the other side, as they're on the north. They're going to catch one of flashbang out, though. This will find a potential opening, but it actually comes from Hal. And for Everlong, a quick kill and confirm, though, an XDD.
Yeah, this is just so difficult to get over towards Danqing right now. If you weren't already towards the position, you are going to have a lot of hell getting over towards here. There's caltrops out in the fields, there's snipers on the outposts, and it's a tough approach for a lot of squads. And we'll see how they do pan it out. And you also have rogue mercenaries out in the fields as well. It's not just you trying to make these pushes over towards Danqing. Baldini rocking up over towards Starry Skies here. This is for their tournament life right now. Tiska starts things out very well as Baldini will lose one. Some more good shots, and Mom has been absolutely fantastic with this barrel today.
Yeah, Mom, the grenade goes over the top as well. There might be a bit of friendly fire, but it's not going to be the case. And overload, I think that was the only option they had. PGG hoping there might have been a knock before they come involved, but they're now up to 4, which means it puts them on 41 points. A new leader here for cup number 5, and they hold the outside edge. But do they hold any more opportunities to get into zone?
For Hive, though, they've got a fantastic position. They could catch up on 37 points this game. But goodness me, what a stronghold there from Starry Skies versus Baldeans. He tried to wrap up over towards their position. Ball's now in open ground. Don't quite have the sight lines just yet from Starry Skies, but they're coming into picture now. And if Starry Skies can just pilfer off points from the sidelines, this might be the way to go. But there is a knock over towards Schengen over on Hive. The ball is just sent straight past. They don't want any of it.
Yeah, they knock and they drive by. They drive by towards PTG. Presenti's going to be there. The car's going to go, but Doink, he hits his own man. Hopefully it doesn't hold up, though. It's not going to be the case. PTG will fall. Hicks, well, he knew the objective, and the objective was to get the player out, but now he's put one of his own players down.
Okay, I mean, we're back. I'm sorry. We're going to go back to Starry Skies here because they heard all this commotion. They sent Vazo far over towards that north side. They're going to wrap on the top. Zissou does spot over towards Starry Skies, but I think they're looking to put aggression over towards Boars, who are currently still recuperating over towards that position on the map, which actually looks fairly good as it starts to shift a little bit away from Danqing here. I'm curious to see where it still stays inside the town.
For me, Starry Skies need to make a plan and stick to it. I thought the plan was to come this way. They found another team. They then turn back. As a result, they get knocked. Mogor gets the opening. Storm and Request click dry. I think he's just about got into cover. He has. So for Starry Skies, they get the opportunity at least to try and get the res back on. But at least, again, information gained for Hive.
Oh, Redline's backfilled them here. Over towards the south side. And they've got another threat to deal with. It is... I think 4 players actually, and Vazo does get knocked again. Oh, this is so rough for Starry Skies. I think you're absolutely right here, Marcus, that they just didn't stick to the game plan.
Well, they've been deterred. I think they overcomplicated a simple push. And I know it's easy for us to say because we can see the whole picture, but they were migrating. They were playing up towards that west side. They got turned back and they got backfilled. They weren't ready for it. And Redline taking advantage. Siska will now fall. Redline have 2 down as well. And for Silence, well, he's moved a little bit further, but not that far. He's in a bit of a bloodbath, or going to be in a bowl when the tide passes.
Yeah, unfortunate. I like Starry Skies' play to just move over towards that northern side, try and take advantage of the pretty rough position the Boars were in. As soon as they saw Storm Request, they just backed things out. Salah's going to look for those placement points.
That's exactly what they needed to do. Overload the area, get the cars in the dip, and try and not receive a knock. They're now down to 1. Silence, unfortunately for him, he's got a Panzer on his back shoulder as well, so I'd even say he's not fully equipped to take a long-range fight. At least he's in zone. It is phase number 5. He's about to go to phase number 6. Storm and Request need to look up to the storms above.
Zissou does fine. Redline, though, is letting Redline out in the vehicle, instantly down, and Starry Skies will go out off the back of that. Tried to get a bit of a Panzerfaust action over towards Karks as they went in, but only ended up taking down himself.
You're right, though. Hive in that position. Now they find their position of zone as well. Petrol Garage is not easy to defend, but that initial 2-2 collapse for them, that was huge. Now it puts him in a driving seat to take on the lead, to take this game, but it's up to them to try and deter anyone trying to crash in. But I just can't see it. It's only that north side. It's only Everlong. Where did they go? And surely they're going to play into Storm and Request. Great nade. Wow.
Yeah, Pozian just really pins him down there. Only 1 player remaining now from Redline. Dinos all the way on that south side. Again, for Hive, though, like you say, this is their opportunity to overtake on the leaderboard. They're almost into placement points too, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to make it happen. And it is going to be right down to the wire in this final game. 40 points apiece, basically, for the top 3. For Starry Skies, it means the world to them. For Hive and No Slack, it's about those confidence points, about those bragging rights at the end of the day.
Ooh, look at the cup leaderboard though after this game, guys. That will give you the lay of the land. If you have no idea what we talk about, thinking, well, if Hive win, well, surely it's a big thing for them. Yes, it is a big thing for them. but it's not as big as some of these other teams looking for that kind of wild card, that golden ticket to get through towards PEC. Pains finds justice. He also finds that confirmation here for this as they try and rotate their way around. CL is another big team that could maybe drive on forward up the leaderboard now. As they leave Danchin, they head towards the petrol garage, and this limited on ammo as they have to try and defend this area.
Yeah, so frustrating right now for TMO. The game where they get far in, this is all also pretty locked in towards a good position. But Everlong, despite the horrible spot they were in, they have just rocked down towards this south side, managed to make it into similar location as Viz here, who weren't watching out for this push. Get himself a safe spot to play.
The safe spot for now. I get a little bit of a breather. As he will now try and hold. Unfortunately for CL, they've rotated their way out on the outside edge. It's going to be quite punishing for them, and I think they'll be denied. Yet they have how find not just one but two, so they're going to fall short of trying to take on their leaderboard, and that means that Hive do take on first place. 42 points for them. They are still up, and they have 4 bodies in the hard cover of the petrol garage.
Yikes out. Still playing fairly strong, but this is a little bit of a gauntlet right now between Viz, X-Howl, as well as Everlong. Some request outside the zone. They are on an island of their own at the moment. It's going to be hard for them to play in.
How many kills they got?
Some requests?
13.
13. Goodness me. Okay. It's been a big game for them. Bit of a salvager, in fact.
This is mad. This is absolutely mad. They haven't really got the cover. But look, are they going to take on the first place now? No. But actually, it might give them a springboard, a bit of a platform for that final game, if they can weather the storm.
And they are the ones who request the storm.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Bring it on.
Dante looking down. Had no idea where he got shot from there. Blinked out a little bit. Only a couple of hand shots, I think, though. Didn't do too much damage to him. Pops some pills, gets back up. This looks like a Hive game all day long with this next circle. Favors them a lot here, but if it shifts a little bit further out towards this western side, it might be a massive game for Storm and Request as they just take shots at all the players attempting to leave. Nades flying left, right, and center here inside the bazaar.
Here comes the distraction, though, for Hive. They've got to focus on this bit. TMO trying to sneak their way in. Mogor finds one. Rox finds the other. Part distraction ended. They're not interested in playing in that game. TMO will take 6th place. They do have to overload this sort of east side. They have to keep eyes on it because they don't keep eyes on that west. Storm and Request will get moving. This now on 3 kills. Habibi will find the mag. Quick knock and confirm for them. They back themselves up into the corner as they wait for the onslaught coming in from X-Howl.
Oh, for Evie, what an angle he takes versus Schengen. He's able to take him down from that north side. And that gives a little bit more space to work with for Storm on Request. Be a big game for them if they keep playing like they currently are. In goes the Panzerfaust. We'll find Odin Mavasi. But Everlong, looks like a bit of a flash in the pan for them. Saint takes his time heading up the stairs. Doesn't want to get lit on fire.
I love this from Storm and Request. I know we're not looking at them, but they are moving around. They are looking to try and get any blows they can towards Hive. And Hive, well, their tunnel vision now, and their pure tunnel vision is in towards this side. Everlong move their way up this. Feel the world of Pains. When they jump onto top of the nade, as Pains will go down. X-Howl will be there. Reno should find a confirmation. Doesn't find it. Finds some more damage. The blue zone might be what they need, though. As Everlong full send in here, and they're looking to gain as many points as they can.
X-Howl, Odin Mavasi will find Pains here, so it's all going either way. Hive's not really profiting off this at all right now, but still up to 45 points on the match. Really good stuff for them so far, even more if they're able to take the chicken dinner. But with the circle placed up, Storm Request is still safe, and phase 9 should push Hive out of that cover, but will it push them out of cover before Storm Request is forced into open ground? We'll wait and see. In the meantime, Flashbang does go out from Odin Mavasi, clearing all his angles as fast as he can.
because he hasn't got all the information. That's the biggest thing. There's so much chaos here. Blue zone will come down. Now he sees him. The Saints, though, roll in with the highest shot. Saints will get one down. Now they have to try and hold. The initial shots will come back on the other side. Hive looking to try and do the damage. And they get a confirmation also on their blue. So they're looking to use the util dump to clear out the east. And they have to then get their focus back on that west because Storm is looking to sweep in.
Vazivi is not going to allow them to move out this way. But Saint does have a beat over towards him, and he is just showing his head a little bit, trying to get some tags on the headshots. Does do a lot of damage, might take him down here, and it will be Mogor to finish him off. That's actually coming through from high. On that side, Stratos was waiting, lying down like a crouching tiger. But Rena will finally take him out. We're down to the top 4. Make that 3, with Howl being the last player remaining on Flores. Emergency cover drop down, but I don't think he's living for long here, and it will be the 1v1 between Hive and Storm Request.
The longer he lives, though, the more distraction is going to help for him. Ah, watch out, Doritos! Comes flying over the top, has to go belly down. Dante's going to be there. They can now focus their attention back to Storm Request. They've already got the off angle, so they got them pinched in. Now they make the move. Now they send it around towards that north side and use the angle Storm Request against them to their favour.
Yeah, Vazivi, I think they maybe need to be recalled a little bit sooner. They were looking for more kill points off the back of that one. But again, this comes back to the beginning of the game. Choosing to play on the gas station was a great idea. Dante steps up, will find Posian, and it's looking like a big game here from Hyde. They immediately sprint forward, knowing these players have to peek from certain sides, and they've got all angles covered here, Mark.
Only Dante's got the heavy utility to take him out, but Dante doesn't need heavy utility when he's got the MK. Now he's been called to work his way forward. Into the smoke he goes. He can hear the barrage coming back, goes for safety, will pop another smoke, but he knows he wants to charge forward. He knows he wants that long arm because he wants to end it pretty quickly for Storm and Request.
Mogor does go down. That's 210 with the M249. But again, that's some heavy work here. Schengen also takes a little bit of a hit. Emergency cover drop down here to give him a bit more space to work with. A long-range throw on the Molotov will hit on the rock, covering off the left side at least.
Oh, grenade is short. Had to move. The flashbangers come out. They take the knee. They pop the shield. Both of them have got the shields to give them a little bit of a breathing room. They've got them up against the blue. The only cover that they had was going to be out on the other side. Grenade will come through there. Find one. 2-1-0. He was out looking for the glide and he's unable to fly away from here. Hive will take the victory. It's a 22-point game. But for them, the win came early on. That 2-2 split, that collapse from Starry Skies led them towards a charge at the end.
I mean, for Hive, it's a good placement, a good rotation in the early game. Fantastic timing on that rotation on the 2-2. They didn't want to spend any much 2 time there. They just kept players out of action, essentially. I mean, when Starry Skies moved over, they were quick to regroup, and they were like, you can take that spot. We were just using that for scouting and locking players in. As soon as you were there, you were not leaving. It was like a great game of chess watching from Hive, and it usually is. We've said it multiple times, their end game is fantastic if they can get there. But yeah, lovely stuff. I think Storm Request gets a little greedy with Vazivi's position. I think he could have maybe stayed there a bit longer.
Yeah, he could have come back around a bit. He didn't have to make the play over towards the top. Let's look at the scoreboard, though. So Hive do bag 22 points. They're already in the lead coming into that one. So a little bit more of an extension. Storm and Request, well, 19 points is not anything to be shied away from. But I've got to draw down to 8th. We talk about chess. We talk about game plans. And the game plan just didn't stick for Starry Skies. And it felt for me, I don't know about for you, Blank, but they were moving across towards that west side. They were looking to try and go in towards that bowl that we saw balls in. But when they came across Storm and Request, they second-guessed their decision and they went packing back the way they came.
Yeah, I think if you Starry Skies, it's totally understandable, honestly. With the way that they've been playing today, I think they've been playing phenomenally, considering their placements, considering their performances in the past. And you get to this stage of the day where you got 2 more games. We're on the top of the world right now. We're leading the pack. Do we go for this playoff towards that north side, or do we wrap back? And I just don't think they had that confidence in the moment. And I think that indecision came back to bite them. Because again, they're looking for those consistent points, but at some point you have to shift gear when you can control that ground. They could have easily taken Storm on Request position and had so many more kill points, which might have kept them in the running against Hive. Now they have to hope that Hive goes down next game, and they have to profit 18 points over the top of them. It's really, really hard.
It is hard, but that leaderboard is stacking up on that left-hand side. I can't see any last attempts on that right. Miffroff fall down. Stormer requesting that 30 points. Again, it's an ask. It's a big ask. They need to deliver a back-to-back big games, but they really needed that win. I've been requested multiple times by you wonderful fans out there to have a look at the overall cup leaderboard, and we will show you the overall cup leaderboard because it is really important. For those that don't know and why people will keep asking, well, it's because of where do these teams enter in on the next stage. We've had 5 weeks of action. We're down to our last game now, and actually at the end of this game we will have to draw a line in the sand, and that's where these teams will enter in into the next stages. If you're in the blue, you're in with a dream, and construction workers, they are at the top and they've already bagged themselves through, but it's that bottom side of the leaderboard. I've been asked by the fans to Go Next Esports, are they still in? Yes, they are, guys, but with CL on 32 points, they would need to obviously work their way up, and Go Next, you'd expect them to maybe drop down, but it's the next little bit that you need to watch out for. Everlong are also lurking. They are currently sitting on 23 points. A big game from them, guys, might see Go Next Esports also tap out, so it is going down to the wire.
Yeah, if we just go to the top of the leaderboard again, just to take a look at that 7th place spot, which is very nice. But yeah, for Viz, 95 points with TMO on 73. I think it's very unlikely that they get taken over in this next game. For Boars, they maybe have a slightly better chance at it. Like you say, yeah, Boars might have a better chance at it. But for Viz, it's starting to get look a little bit more locked in for them at this point in time. They just need one more good game. I think the fact they lived out so long on that last one versus TMO when they were having a pretty good game themselves. This is super important. But yeah, Boars, a last chance saloon for them. TMO would have to come away with a gigantic game to see anything done. I don't think we've seen any 17, 18 game pluses so far here in the Cups just yet.
No, not from those teams anyway. So yeah, there's a couple of stories unfolding. Obviously, construction workers already gone through. Team Nemesis opted not to play. They said that we're done. We're going through phase number 1 no matter what. Hive and No Slack obviously are, I suppose, fighting for bragging rights, and X-How is kind of in that sort of position, but it is that 7th and 8th spot. Boars, if they have a big game, they could maybe knock Vis down. Vis are not going out though, guys, but they would go into kind of a phase 2 approach. I think PGG is a bit too far away, and I've really not seen that kind of drive from PGG. The only other thing which I think is worth mentioning and worth watching, and it is an outside bet, but there is a possibility. Starry Sky is in 10th spot at the moment. It means they're going to be coming in on a phase 2 unless blank they dig deep and they find themselves a victory and a handful of kills, and if they crown themselves first after this match, it does mean they will go through straight to phase number 1.
And that would push Boars through. And I think that's the thing. If Starry Skies wins here and TMO is able to get themselves above Boars, at that point in time, you actually do have TMO going in 8th place. But yeah, it's a big outside chance. It's a big outside chance. There's a lot of moving parts here, but it does require teams to do incredibly well, and specific teams to do incredibly well. And it's looking more and more likely at this point in time that Hive is going to be first place. Hive will be the one taking that spot, even though they're already locked in and qualified for the phase 1. But that would mean that Boars would get a lock-in, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so if Hive get that golden ticket, it means obviously we see a slight shift, which means then we see Boars potentially go through. So there's lots of, like, I don't want to say micro stories because they're quite big for these teams that are looking to find the right placement, but I do believe it is critical, right? If you're going through and you're playing PEC, and these are the qualifiers to be going through, the earlier you can get against the regional partner teams, the quicker you can get warmed up. Expectation is regional partner teams are regional partner teams for a reason, and obviously they will most be coming with kind of their fist swinging. The only thing I'll caveat though, blank, with that is the regional partner teams are unable to play these cups. They're unable to get involved in the scrim. So how warm are they going to be coming in? And you'd argue to say these teams that are playing right now, they should be feeling the fire.
Yeah, you'd hope so. But again, these are also story teams, star-studded teams. I think it's they'll still do pretty well. But you are right. These teams are coming in with they've been freshly roasted out of the PEC Cups. They're good to go. But yeah, I think they'll certainly have a little bit of pep to them coming into the playoffs at least. But this is our final game. Am I ready for it? Yeah, but do I want PC Cups to win? No, it's been fun.
We've got more later on in the year. It's how you qualify through. Every single team, obviously, or the regional teams, is going to have to go through these sort of stages, have to go through these approaches. And I kind of like this. This is grassroots PUBG. These are showing and shining lights on these teams that are coming through, and it's their opportunity to get to that global stage. This is how they're going to get to the land. And if they get to the PEC and then go for qualifications, they're looking at an EWC, they're looking at PGSs as well. So again, there's a long story to be had here, because someone here might be at a major event if they can continue the momentum.
And it all comes down to this, right? You know, we're right at the bottom of the pyramid, aren't we?
Yeah, well, we're one level up. We've gone from the scrim, so we're on the next bit of my little pyramid system that we've got going.
Yeah, you know, the cast is one of the scrims with you. So for me, we're at the bottom of the pyramid. We've been worked out all the way up. And hopefully we get to see some of these teams later on in the year, which I'll be excited about. We're waiting for that one final last player.
Always.
We have been waiting for that one final last player all day today. Every time someone gets stuck in customs, it is unfortunate, okay, but we got to pat down at least one player a match.
Every time someone tries to sneak through a BRDM, it's not allowed. Why would you wait for a final player? Yeah. The flare gun. But let's have a quick look at that leaderboard, though, from today, not the cup leaderboard, because I do think it is critical going into this one. I know you guys will be asking me in chat anyway. We look at the cup leaderboard as well. We'll go cup leaderboard first, but I do want to look at the other one after. Again, team names you want to keep an eye on. Hive, if they go through, does mean we're going to see Boars qualify through. So we're looking at that one, especially if No Slack also qualifies, but it's a longer chance for them. So Boars and Vis, there's a slight battle there. Starry Sky in 10th, that's the one we need to keep an eye on, because they have the capability to potentially get the win. And then when we scroll down, it's the bottom side of the leaderboard. Now, currently 19th and 20th, we're going through to kind of phase 3, so the last stage to go through, the last chance. So for them, it is a single elimination, so to speak. They've got to get through and they've got to qualify, right? Mm-hmm. As it stands, PBRU are just holding on, and I can see CL qualifying through. If CL get a good game and Everlong get a good game, you've got to think the points. We've got to watch those points there. So 21st place and 23rd place, they're the only two teams that are in it. And again, they've got to get above that little line that's above them. It's not that far away. And they're currently on 28th, the worst place.
Yeah, it's 3 points for CL, 6 points for your boys in Everlong. Now, I think that the weird thing right now is that Hive winning isn't terrible for Starry Skies, and it's not terrible for TMO either. Both these teams at that point in time just need to get above Boars. Boars have been a bit hit or miss throughout the tournaments, throughout the cups so far. Like you say, Starry Skies would much prefer to win outright, but you know, if they just need a good game. How many points? I think they're on 75 right now. Boars are on 83, so they need 9 points after this game and for Boars to go out early. It's so funny with all these moving parts, all these cogs and wheels, because a lot can happen. But I'm just excited to see that leaderboard at the end of the day.
Well, this is the thing. Look, I'm a guy that would want to go more aggressive and take the fight on. So Starry Skies for me, like, yes, they'd be keeping an eye on Boars, but I'd be praying, I'd hoping that they're looking for that top of that leaderboard. It's not that far away. A good handle of kills and a win, and it is going to come down to the win. So for me, Starry Skies need a game plan that they need to execute. You look back, obviously we had the cup leaderboard before, and this is the critical one for me. Look at the Everlong. They're sitting on 15 points. They need to get their handful of 15, so they need to kind of double up here. So for the fans of Go Next Esports in chat, they're looking at the right side of the leaderboard and going, Everlong are not performing today. If they can continue on this run, we're okay. Yeah, we admit that actually PUBG RU might go out because they Go Next Esports have better placement than them. So you're looking at their left side leaderboard going, CL's doing pretty well. At least one of the two. If two of the two were doing good, I'll be worried if I was Go Next Esports.
Yeah, but you can't really do anything at this point. You just go cross your fingers.
Should have qualified.
Cross your fingers, do a little DDoSing. That's about it. That's all you can do.
No, get out of
here. No, we don't condone DDoSing. No, it is an option, but we don't condone it.
Red Line has looked better now. Obviously, they have dug themselves out, but not making much of a difference. They're going to work their way up the leaderboard. So there's a couple of things that we need to kind of factor in and watch. If you were Starry Sky here, Blank, would you be going just to make sure you get above boards and go for that shorter goal? Or do you think they should be looking at this and going, let's go for the stretch goal. Let's try and go for a first place?
I think it depends how the game goes. Right? I think they are at the depends stage, which is never a fun stage to be in. No one likes to be the depend stage. This is going to be a case of, you get towards mid-game, you have a strong compound. At that point, you're full on. You try and just win it out. You try and take first place. But if you get towards the mid-game, you've got a few kills. You're kind of on the outside edge. You've got to play like a team nemesis is the best way I can put it. You've got to play like a team nemesis. Try and take kills where you can. You're probably not going to get the chicken dinner, but you'll take a second place and 13 kills. And that should put you ahead of Boars. I think for Starry Sky, it's more likely that you're just looking for 10, 12, 13 points. But yeah, it's definitely a case of you play it safer towards the end game if you're not in an insane compound by phase 4. But if you're an insane compound by phase 4, you've just got to go all out at that point. Use everything that's left in the tank.
Well, we have to wait and see. We have unfortunately turned away one of the players when it comes around to the security check. Unable to pass. They did try to sneak in too much. We'll let you know who that is in 2 minutes. But for now, it is going to be shining lights. We're going to keep on the storyline because there is Boars. We naturally know they're going to try and find a compound. If they find a compound, they're going to try and play for those placement points. Starry Skies, if they don't get the compound, they've got to hunt those kills on the outside edge. But if they do find the compound, they can't sit tight. They're going to have to be quite aggressive because in order for them to get through to that phase 1, they're going to have to outbeat Boars. But more importantly, they're going to have to outbeat the rest of the lobby. Well, we had enough time waiting. We rejected one player due to security issue. More importantly, and sadly, it is our last game here. It's the final game of the Cups, though. It's match number 5, week number 5. And here we go. Flight path from Erangel is an east down towards the southwest. It teases us with a military island.
So let's get stuck into it for our final match of the day. Let's see if Starry Skies can finish it out strong, or is it going to be Hive to take down and home all the honey here for this last match and get themselves up towards first place position and lock themselves in, potentially allow a team underneath them in towards the actual playoffs. I think for Starry Skies, it's an interesting one. It's definitely an interesting one. It's where, technically it's easier to get in if Hive wins for them at this point in time. And you might also be wondering why we're banging on about Starry Skies so much and maybe not rooting for Boars to get in. It's because Starry Skies have had a little bit of a Cinderella story today, and it's always nice to root for the underdog. That's not to say Boars is not a good team. They haven't done enough to be here, because they absolutely have. They've had their ups and downs, but they've been quite a consistent team towards the top side of the lobby. I think this is a team that's hoping the Hive does win and just hoping not to go out too soon. But this is definitely where that points and where you are on the leaderboard definitely take effect of how you actually play these matches. That can also catch teams off guard, in my opinion. I think you start to play not your own game, but you're influenced by that leaderboard, you're influenced by that qualification rules, and suddenly you start to make some mistakes. So hopefully that doesn't happen here in our matches at the moment.
You're influenced by this bloody zone. Look at that. It's gone to the northeast. We've got Stauber. We're going to end on the high ground. End on a high, maybe, for some of these teams. I think a lot of these teams will look at this zone and be praying, hopefully, maybe it's going back towards the southeast, back to kind of Yaz. I know TMO will be looking for that. Baldini full send around as they go all the way around the outside edge. Flashbang with no team nemesis. Know that Saverni is free, so they go full W key down and pray towards that north side. And for Sunflowery, I think he's there. Oh, actually, no, it's PGG. They've not had the best day. They got rejected at customs, unfortunately, and now you have to play his final game as a 3.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for PGG. I think, to be honest with you, barring like the biggest game of all time, wasn't going to happen to them anyway. I think they'll be okay with where they're ending up on the leaderboard regardless.
But they're qualifying, right?
Yeah, they're qualifying.
That's the key thing.
Yeah. Alas, let's lock in.
Alas, we're in. The story is like, I've had enough for the day. See you later. You qualify. I've done my bit. I'm punching out.
Bye-bye. So, Starry Skies. Starting off, sorry. Yeah, E pickup right at the beginning.
gone straight for the high ground. I think they might be looking at Stauber as an opportunity to kind of move their way down. Zico, he knows his team south of him has a player down. So he's going to try and close the gap. Hope he doesn't get spotted now. So the rest of the team also looking to try and provide a level of punishment.
This is kind of mean, to be honest, from Redline.
This is Redline. This is Redline. Yeah. If you've ever spoken to Zico, he's a legend anyway. But when they want to get a shoe in, and they're going all the way. So they're going to take full advantage. It's interesting. It's not quite worked out for them. I think we've seen early game work and they've been aggressive, but that clash between them and Everlong has been catastrophic, and it's been a bit hit and miss. I think that's where it's kind of fallen down.
This is the best week, though, for Redline so far. I think it's the best they've performed throughout the entirety of the cups they've played in. I think for them, they've definitely leveled up. Their early game rotations are way better. And I think that's the thing that they really struggled with. And again, you can't really fix the mid game and the late game until you sort the early game out. And I think for Redline, yes, there's still more work to be done. But you got to think PUBG in phases. And really, this phase 1 is fixing these early rotations. As Hala Senpai will find Justice, who has been going down an awful lot early here for TMO. A bit unfortunate. Keeps being on the receiving end of these guns. But yeah, I think for Redline, they figured out phase 1 now. Now they can start to practice up towards phase 2 and then get to phase 3, which is that late game. I think that's absolutely fine. I'm very, very proud of that team. We'll continue to say that. I think they definitely started out as one of the teams that are qualifying, one of the worst in the lobby, but they have leveled up as we've gone on and constantly tried new things. So yeah, really happy to see that.
Using a quick pick up here for TMO. They get the res back on. Mika drives his way forward. Everybody's though with a grenade around the outside, causing some damage, but not going to be enough. Ball's on the back foot now. That res, I think, is critical. He gets to the car in time, and he's got the better peak on him. Balls lose a body early. Now, let's see if they get the flush. Let's see if they can keep applying the pressure here. Don't count them out just yet. There's that flush that's come through. If you're Starry Skies, you'll be looking at this kill feed and loving it at the moment. But you still have to make something happen. As Justice, he wiggles, he jiggles. He now looks at the building and he gets the shot through the window. Hello, Senpai will fall.
And this is crazy for the leaderboard, right? For TMO, this is the team that's chasing down Boars so they can get themselves into the 8th place just in case Hives wins and opens up another spot on the leaderboard for the phase 1 playoffs. Boars going for this feels sort of targeted, right? They take down the team that they're kind of worried about playing against in the phase 1 playoffs or catching them up in the leaderboard. But it's gone badly. It's completely turned around. Now they're opening up a doorway here for TMO. This might have been a really, really bad decision from Boars. Again, we said for Starry Skies, like you said, they've been dreaming of this moment. We said they need to profit on whatever Boars get. If Boars gets nothing, this is so much easier for them.
I don't actually know. Like, I'm with you. I get the storyline. It makes perfect sense to me. I generally don't think Boars factored that TMO might have left their hot drop location, and that hot drop location was Yaz, but Storm and Request, they run straight into Freeside. It's 1-2. It's not done just yet. As they do have one down themselves, Freeside have to work their way back. Storm and Request though have bodies back on the south side, but left and running. For them, they have to try and find the numbers, find the opening, because 210 was looking for a glider. He wishes he has one now.
Instead dropping back, Freeside looking for a little bit more here. He-Man does find another from Boars. That drops him down to just one player now on that team. Goodness me, it's all gone wrong here for the Boars. 13th place. Still hunting down the last guy from that squad. As we're watching some shenanigans happening on the southwest side of the map as Recooper will push up, look for Storm and Request to gonna lose out on some points here.
Pan! I love it. Go for a pan charge. 2-0. Gonna try and deny some information out on the other side. It's difficult. I don't know. Was it tactical from TMO and Boars? Maybe. I just think they might just be really unlucky. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
I mean, you also question whether TMO rocked down towards east side of apps to catch off Boars' rotation. I mean, it's just it looks weird from our angle because Boars the ones to catch them out first. But you don't know. I'd love to talk to these guys after the game and try and figure this out, because It is super interesting. They're taking this very cautiously. They don't want to lose players. They want to get towards a 4-man at the end, but they're going 1 by 1 here.
1 by 1. Allows Hicks to get 1. He's only got 1 left in the chamber. He clicks dry. They've not heard it. Now they hear the reload, but they've got the flash out. Flash will go through. They think he's now in the bathroom now. They will take their time. They will cut things off. Uzi in hand, though, is going to be good. Going to go for another flash. Hicks, 5 shots. 2 bodies, 1 opportunity to try and line both these players up.
Harris keeps putting away this flashbang.
He's trying to draw him out.
Yeah, trying to draw him off the back of it. Finds 1, looks for the other, won't get it. And that is balls down. 0 points. 1 point, in fact. Yeah, obviously from getting justice there.
First guy as well. I'm with you on it. Like, it makes perfect logic for me. I would then, as you say, I'd favour that TMO. Like, why would they leave Yaz? Why would they leave their position in this zone to play so far out? But I'm with you, actually. The more I think about it, they would know Boars be pushing in from there. They know that's the natural rotation for them to go to. And I think, I'm with you. I think TMO took it to him.
It's just interesting. It's really interesting. And we talked about, I think we talked about this maybe last week, about those tactical decisions you make of how you change up the game. That's a weird screen, but we did see Sata finding shelves was Gra from XDD. A Stormer on quest down, so this is a lively Erangel we've got going on here. 10 minutes in, 2 teams already out. We've got plenty of players being demolished with PGG losing 1 player themselves as well as XDD. Sorry, guys, we're able to get over towards Severny, and the circle does favor them here. Hive are on their outside on the west, though.
It's not bad. Not bad. The only worry I've got for them Blank is, do they run into people enough to get points?
Yeah.
That's what I worry about. No Slacker got a point on the board. They're now back on 41 points. And as much as Starry Skies can keep their head low, Boars going out, they might find themselves going through. A win secures that, and you got to think at some point they might get itchy toes. Yes, they can read the kill feed tracker. Yes, they know Boars are out, so they might just be looking at this now as just an 8-point game for them. We'll have to wait and see how they kind of choose to take on this next part of the game.
You're right. Again, it's how many points do they actually? I think they're on 75 to 84 now, right? Yep. So they need 10 points to leap over the top. That's the margin. So they need a chicken dinner amount of points, which is a weird way for me to put that. You're gonna have to let that one slide. Okay.
Whee! Slide. Do a kickflip. No, it didn't work out. Style points not going to work out this time for Everlong. But it's teamwork. It's more of a dance-off as they romance their way around the east side and they dance the dance.
Like some kind of Australian Olympic breakdancing on that side of things.
I like that. Oh, that was funny. Oh, she got some stick in the news for a while.
But it worked out.
I like that.
It worked out.
Maybe not like her routine. But you know what? She can do better than I could, so GG's.
That is true. That is true. I don't think I could move as lively. Starry Skies looking over towards CL as they move in from that north side again for CL. They are fighting to push in towards that top 20 now. Those in towards that playoffs.
It's Hive. Hive hold the compound on the end of the crossroads. So no Slack rotate just round by them. I kind of like Flashbang's position at 2-2 split. I think that would be a key critical position. I think no Slack are going to run straight into Starry Skies now. They are actually just second guessing that. And they're looking towards Vernies to find the opportunity to take the pizza slice early. No one's taking shots. I think their next position, Sata, is just in arms throwing distance towards that 2-2 split from Starry Skies. So one to watch. It sounds bad, but this is kind of a textbook circle. It has a couple of endings, right, Blank? But obviously teams have game plans for this style.
I mean, if it drops down towards the pizza slice, it's a bit of a rocky one for every squad. Not a very fun one to play. I think for No Slack, they were just rotating over towards Severny because they were chasing down XDD. as they'd seen them earlier. They'd taken out one of their players, and I think they were just hunting at that point. Hive still currently taking shots over towards free sides. They try and rotate into that pizza slice. Feels able to make their way over towards this compound that just sits on the roadside. You got Redline actually. You made this big wrap around top side of Stalber. Now looking on the coastal side, we get our next circle, which will pull in fairly central on the island itself, towards Flashbang, actually, in that 2-2 split you were highlighting before.
Yeah, they're going to get compromised pretty quickly. I like that Starry Skies collapse stairs. They know that anyone in Saverne is going to play out towards their side as they migrate east. I do feel like we might see a play coming in from No Slack. They haven't taken major amounts of shots, but they will move back now. It is a little bit of a calm before the storm, as a lot of these teams try to take a bite off the zone to see how much of land they can get, because they'll be looking at that southeast corner. There's lots of water remains in, and it's going to play back to kind of that Exhale Flashbang location.
Again, this is about taking position, right? Maintaining space. The fact that Redline got here and CL left this spot and got immediately backfill, this reminds me very much of that last game with Starry Skies, who left their position. Redline immediately backfill. So right now, Redline's got some great timing on him. I'll give him that.
Yeah, found the timing not just once but twice. Nivus finds the grenade time as he goes through the door. Looks for that confirmation now. Trying to find out, has the information that where the other one is. Nivus draws his attention now towards the outside as they stack up and look to try and take on the building. And look at this, try and play free side, playing towards Exhale. Hold on towards the line as they collapse their split, and they collapse it early. Free side check out. 14th place for them.
Alright, guys, finding shots over towards CL actually. They were able to steal at least a knock, but I don't know if they were able to get the flush off it. I think Redline were able to get the majority of that one, but Exhale, yeah, currently maintaining a lot of space right now. I've got the BRDM as well in action, just pushing Viz off.
Pushing Viz off, or is Viz pushing them away? It's aggressive. It is aggressive. They're using the BRDM well. Exhale, they're not going to want to have a BRDM in that position. That's why we see Odin still driving around, maybe trying to find somewhere to apply a repair kit. This on the other side there, coming on the south side, TMO will clash with them. Starry Skies, they're one to watch. Redline have had the taste of blood, so how much more do they want to try and come lurking over this side?
It's a bit of a nail biter this game, honestly, especially his position on the map where it's very open, sweeping hills. Dragunov in the hand of Scav. Not quite seeing anything just yet. Grab himself a P90, I believe, though. A nice pickup.
You'll take it. You'll take it this late game. It's coming from open terrain. It's got no recoil, has it? Redline now getting rid of the cars. Zone does shift down in between that sort of flashbang and Exhale. So we're going to see fights. Starry Skies potentially them. Maybe that kind of no slack see the migration. So Scav will be making the call for them to take that compound as well. Good play from Flashbang. That forces Starry Skies into a difficult position now. Who do they try and take the fight, or do they wrap around? If they wrap around, where the hell do they go?
They have to crash on. I think this is the problem with Starry Skies. I think they're afraid right now. They're afraid to give away their position. They're afraid to take these fights just in case they go down. But eventually, you just have to take these shots. And again, I really hope we don't have this similar attitude to that last game where they had that indecision in the late game, where they just had to send it and they refused to. Presenti here taking some shots down towards Redline. There's two players on side as Zabilla went down earlier on. Redline will give them a bit of problems in Sosnovka. Salik finding Lixer over on CL.
Just looking kind of Starry Skies at which way do they go. They're going to see the commotion on this side. Zico gets confirmed. Is that potentially an opening that they want to try and work their way around on? There's an opportunity for them to get those points. They're barraging a huge amounts of shots still. PGG on the other side might be down a player, might be down a body, but they're also barraging a huge amounts of shots towards Redline. Sorry, guys. No game plan just yet. They are holding tight.
Hive has been real quiet too. Just want to maintain position towards the top side of the lobby, pretty much. On that first place position. Darius guy's looking for a wrap here now. Past the backside of No Slack. No Slack has it a few times with the tunnel vision a little bit too much, but they're immediately moving. And Darius guy's going for a crash here. The P90 comes into massive effect. Scav takes a lot of damage, but it's one player down here at the moment.
Oh! That is huge. Greg goes through. P90 versus Panzer. Can he get the dip on it though? Darius guy's down bodies. He swings around and shoots into them, but forgets about Scav, forgets about the P90. That might not just be damaging for him, but damaging for the team's. Flashbang coming in from behind him as well. He steps up, and Starry Skies, it's not going to be the skies aligning for them. They fall 13th place, and Flashbang looking to get involved as well.
Nightmare. No Slack puts them down. 45 points and Starry Skies are out. A rollover on the Hot Wheels from XDD. We'll take down him, and here's on TMO. But luckily, Justice on a sliver of HP will yoink away the BRDM. Very low HP. Looks to finish things off. Spots the player heading over towards the shack here. Looks to finish about as many players as possible. TMO wants to leapfrog over the top of boys and boars.
And Justice is like, nope, you're not going to use that card to get out of here. I'm taking this one. 7 kills for them. I think he's waiting for the seat swap. He's waiting for the opportunity. If he turns his back and gets in the car, that's when he's going to make the spray happen. The zone shifts back towards that top side, and there you go. Cha-ching! XDD, 12th place.
Not really an opportunity here now to get the boys back up, though, for TMO, sadly. And he could wrap over towards Everlong's compound on the eastern side in the BRDM. It'd be a bit late, but it's possible.
Never possible. Not just yet. This. Well, they try and hide out. They've got centralized position, but the clash comes in, though, as No Slack charge through. How? Get connection. They try and extend out from their cubby hole that they are in the granny annex. Those No Slack lead the zone. Flashbang go back to the safety of their compound. Baldini, well, they're hiding the trenches for now. This is ensured destruction, but for Hive, it's looking ever so better.
Tata just sat out here. Scav as well. Same position. It's a rough spot, but it's better than most, actually. TMO is Justice rocking up in the BRDM. Emergency cover flare down here. Justice on the outside. No Slack. Just giving them the eyeballs. Giving them the glare. Making sure he doesn't get too far in. But Justice can use this to get some more points on board. TMO up to 8 points on the game. They need a little bit more, though. They absolutely need a little bit more. They need to get into placement points, and it's all on Justice's hands now to make this one work. I don't know how he's going to get it done. I think they were on 73 points, which means right now they would need 11, which is 3 points extra for TMO to get in towards phase 1. With Hive taking the win. Well, either way, if No Slack or Hive take the win here at the first place on the leaderboard, TMO would still need those 3 extra points, which could come from placements. We'll see how Justice plays this one out.
It's a BRDM. Surely he's going to get placements for this. This is the key thing for him. He's got an opportunity. He's the IGL. Has to try and make something happen here. Hive coming on that sort of south side, though. Good play from them. They might try and escalate, but they work their way now into Habibi and past Dancedo, trying to hold off Everlong. And for this, they get dispatched very quickly, and Justice gets another point.
We're in placements now, though, right? We're in placements. So that's 9 points. So 2, I think it's 1 more kill. He needs 1 more kill, and he's done it.
I think, do you know what? Justice is a high IQ guy as well. He's going to know that. So he's going to try and take advantage. That BRDM hasn't got long left. Look at the life of it. Look at the fuel. He needs to think of another game plan, but at the moment, he can try and hold his way down. Utility gain, that could be a huge difference for him.
1 kill or a little bit further into the game here. PGG left out on the outskirts on that northeast side. They're looking ever so juicy to Justice. Justice, who's had a bit of a tumble as the front man for the team fair few times, now last alive here. Trying to get into playoffs phase 1. It will be an incredible journey for TMO if they're able to make it happen.
Oh, well, you see No Slack take top spot. I know it doesn't make too much of a difference, right? But they got the opportunity for the kills. Hive, I wouldn't say as much. Molly's not going to help. Sub-Zero, though, not bringing the eyes, but bringing the fire. IXE will fall, and they'll be confirmed out. Actually stolen away from them as X-How pick up another point.
Flashbang here. Still on that northwest side. Now, they had a good position for a long time, but they've just been a little bit late with their rotations. A little bit late here. I think the BRDM did go down there.
Yeah. Hear it burning.
He's going to keep dropping smokes. I mean, that's a cheeky spot right there. Everlong coming in. Oh, Everlong.
Ammo's not great.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to be honest with you, he could just tunnel. As long as he tunnels one player, gets the flush, he's fine. Okay. This is the big moment. It's going to be a crazy nade.
Grenade, get a flush!
Get a flush, get a flush, get a flush off the back. The nade does go long. We'll see if it hits. He gets Rena. It's a knock, though. Needs to send another across. The bounce is coming. See if he can find Schengen. He does get it. And it's 10 kills and the placement points. And TMO is in.
TMO getting through to that phase 1. What a play. Justice kept cool, calm and collective. He's able to find the utility that is needed. PGG driving forward, but Justice does not care now. He has a target. It's up for Hive, and now he runs the gauntlet towards Rock.
He's just going to make it happen. Flashbang into the shack. A glory lap here for Justice. Gets inside. Will take him out into the top 4. This really is Justice for the myth of.
It's the myth of the gladiator, the Olympic sprint, the 100-meter dash. Justice, though, able to get a recreep on some utility. Looks back the way he came. You know, he took some shots. Baldini, though, coming from the trenches as they now peek their heads above. They find the opportunity. There's only 4 teams remain, and they have the numbers. The final game comes down to a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1 as we get ready for the final couple of circles.
Baldini, it's been a long run, but it's not looked great, sadly, for them. But they get themselves into the top 4 at the end of the day here, securing their position on the leaderboard. For No Slack, I don't know if they can get first place off the back of this with Hive going down a little bit earlier. I think they need some more kills off the back of this one. They haven't been too involved in the game.
No, I don't think there's enough points on the board for them. Exhale, they took it well, and Justice took this game to perfection. Goes down, guns are blazing like the Spartan he is. Justice fall, but what a last game for them. Their series has been hit and miss, but at least the final game for them, it was a huge hit for them, arguably a home run.
Yeah, he swung and hit that one out the park. Incredible stuff. From the first full squad wipe onto Boars to that end game with the BRDM, it's just chef's kiss, honestly. Really well done. No Slack, Kovalevi, he's already done his work, man. He's already done his work. He's put in the shift. If he went down now, I don't think he'd matter. He could get a pat on the back. Let's get behind the tree. But the Mad with a slick shot will find him. Baldini with 4 players looking to close out this game.
Yeah, they've cut their heads down in the trenches, but I think a little bit too late for them. A team which we can see great things coming from them. They obviously need to go back to the drawing board and look at kind of a 5-week lobby and make sure the second half of the year that they find themselves in. They will be travelling through to next stages, but not maybe on the stage that they wanted to at the moment. No Slack, P90 in hand, Scav. Stats up, going to be there. Doesn't quite get the connection. Down to 7 HP and Prey. He doesn't find enough one. Oh, he gets him as well.
Tabby does find Sata from Baldini, leaving now. No Slack down to 1 player in Scav. Spray down the smoke, see if he can catch him inside. But X-How is looking to do what X-How does best and just push the advantage here. Sata gets knocked. Scam is visible. Puts down the fortified shield, but not deployed quite quick enough. And now it's a 4 versus 2 over towards Exhal. They're slightly split. They're looking to angle the fight off in 2 different areas, but Boldini is tightly together. 4 nades on the Mad. Good shots on the MK12. We'll find Cadle in the back lines. Nice headshot there, but like we said, they're clumped up. No nade, sadly, on Flores, and he's the only one in nade range.
He's the only one in nade range at the moment. 7 kills. Move their way forward. Boldini on the edge of the zone. I think Exhal, they might be down numbers, but they're going to try and generate angles. They extend their way out. Boldini have the heavy utility to try and do the damage. The Mad finds Sunflower E. Terry finds the Mad, and it's down to their final player. The final blow, the final bark. Exhal backs up against the wall. See if they can find anything more here.
He's the Dragunov to go loud now. These those headshots in action. 40 bullets on the AUG. Barely 50 in the Dragunov. There's not a lot to work with. Smokes are going down, expanding the space. The Boldini's got to play in. Does find one. Looks for one more. Tabby out in the open. Will back it off. Has the first aid kits to endure.
2 versus 1. Got the bridge line. He knows if he goes down this way, Sunflower E's going to make the call. He's made the call. He's seen the player. He needs to try and find a way to deny Sunflower E if he can. Goes towards the 3x. Looks for the angle, but with Sunflower E finding the information, he doesn't find any opportunity to get a knock.
Go towards the emergency cover flat. I don't think they quite saw him move through that. Oh, the shots are still ringing through. Yeah.
Dunk.
Tries to hit the Molotov mid-air. Dragunov back out, but it's constant barrage. And again, no utility to speak of. Tries to hit the next one. It's looking like it's just on the edge. Flashbangs galore going through, and they're expanding out to the side. And Exhal, it has been an incredible game
4
here.
shots.
How is he still alive, dude?
I don't know. I generally don't know. He's going to work out that one's crossed in a second. The grenade comes over the top. I think they've just dropped it, trying to end the game. Sunflower E's going down. Another one will come over to the top. He still survives. He's got 4 shots. A hope, a dream, a glory. Exhal refusing to go down. Surely Boldini has to step into this one, but yet they still hold.
Come on, lads. It's one guy. It's just one fella. And the shots finally ring out. But man, he was a titan at the end of that one. Exhal coming out of the game with 1,800 damage. The Mythov, though, 12 kills. An incredible match from them.
What a game. What a game from Justice. I know the rest of the team did partake, but when it came push to shove, Justice was able to hold on and claim those victory points though. But that is our last game. It has been 5 incredible weeks, not just of the cups, but of the scrims and all the players that have competed, new and old, fighting out though. Before obviously we reveal the overall leaderboard and the cup leaderboard, we do need to sum off though the final game, as it has been outstanding and a little bit of topsy-turvy. Boldini will take it, and they'll take it with 19 points. 9 kills, 10 placement points, but the Mythov, though, claiming a whopping 16.
Yes, an incredible game from them. Exhal with 15 as well. We'll see how that influences things, but I do believe they were already towards the top of the leaderboard. No Star really get 12, but that's Hive, who should be our Cup 5 winners here. As you can see, 66 points for them. Exhal with 45, taking 3rd place off the back of that last game. Starry Skies dropping down to 4th. Although, I think for Starry Skies, getting into the playoff phase 2, it was still a fantastic result. I think they'd be very, very proud of how they played today. Completely different performance. I think they've had 2 cups. Having 2 cups and making it to phase 2 is a really, really good result.
It is a really good result, but Hive will be crowned the champions, though, of week number 5, which means they've crowned themselves a pass towards what they already had in the grasp of their hands. And that is when we look at the cup leaderboard, though, because they will find themselves through to playoffs number 1. It does mean that we do move down slightly, and thank you to production for showing and not having to me explain it for 1,000 times over. But the Mythov with that last game, as Blank said, it was critical. But Justice, though, he provided some justice, and they also find themselves now into the playoffs, round number 1.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, they even profited 5 points over the top there with the 4th place he was able to get, as well as the couple extra kills he did not need. But yeah, again, a bit of a victory lap for Justice at the end there. I think that he's going to be so proud of that game. And those are the games you don't forget. That is an unforgettable game for yourself. Really well done. But we head down towards our second page. Starry Skies, after a wonderful day today, get themselves into playoffs 2, and Baldini getting into playoffs 2 as well, with a nice little chicken dinner for themselves. That game meant a lot to them as well. We have to reiterate that, which is why they were playing it so safe towards the end game. And I believe Everlong didn't make it. 29 points, and all those fans that go next, you're in.
Yeah, Go Next Esports do find their way in as one of the two which could have dispatched you, only found their way. CL find themselves on playoffs 3, Everlong though just shy of 29. There's some big names down here, those Skittles, we've seen Fight for Life, Aurora Gaming, that's going to be a big loss for the team unable to qualify here, and a team which you'd expect, they are major stars, but it is a 5-week long cup leaderboard, and sometimes not all the players have what it takes for the marathon.
It's tough, and it gets real sweaty towards some of those end games, but some of the teams that brought deodorant, well, they came through looking just fine, like Construction Workers and Team Nemesis with a whopping 250 and 214 points. I think for Hive, though, 204, very respectable result there for themselves. Looking like this is our big 3. No slack on the up and up as things have gone on. X-Howl, despite some of these crazy crashes, we're still able to get in 5th place with 132 points.
Well, that's it from the Cup Leaderboard side, but it's worth noting the 16 teams we made up of the 8 invited teams. Obviously, we're going to take 6 teams, as you can see from that leaderboard there, plus the winner from Cup 4 and the winner from Cup 5. Only 8 will find their way through to the playoffs number 2. And obviously, for your diaries, April 17th when we kick off, though, for playoffs number 1. We'll play for 3 days before we go through the finals the week after, and then we come back for playoffs 2 on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of May. So all sorts to play for. Blank, final thoughts, final takeaways from this cup. It's been a long run-in. I think there's been a lot to divulge.
I think it's just been incredible. I've really enjoyed myself. It's been a very fun time. Overall, couldn't ask for anything better here over on the weekly cups. It's been a pleasure to cast it alongside with you, Mark, as well. The production team has just been phenomenal.
Production team has been phenomenal, and obviously I do have to give the thanks though to production team, PUBG Esports, more importantly all you fans out there. I've been on a double shift, my coffee's starting to wear out, and I have to say one more time, good night and farewell. We'll see you guys in the playoffs. For the rest of you, I'll see you tomorrow on PGS on the final day.